represent the great state of Washington and to lead the House Democrats' work to take back the majority. As I travel the country, I hear the same thing. People want governance that works. They don't want tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, not a national abortion ban, or more chaos and dysfunction, or blind loyalty to Trump. In other words, they don't want Republicans in charge. We're here because we need to elect Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. And giving them a Democratic Congress is how we turn promises into progress. A Democratic majority means lowering costs and growing the middle class, expanding the child tax credit and making it permanent, protecting reproductive freedom, and yes, a Democratic House means Speaker Jeffries will certify the 2024 election. We need just 4 more seats to take back the majority. The good news is we have fantastic candidates in winnable districts all across the country. In battleground states like Michigan and Arizona, in blue states like New York and California, and even in states like Iowa and Nebraska. And we're going to make history by picking up a seat in the state where I was born, Alabama. In 2022, we came within 7,000 votes of the majority. So it's within our power to win these critical races. This election is about our rights, our freedoms, our democracy, and our future. So let's get out the vote. Let's take back the House. Let's make Hakeem Jeffries our next speaker. And let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Thank you.
Please welcome Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison.
Friends, I'll never forget when I first saw the video of the murder of George Floyd. I was heartbroken. I was angry. And that morning, my phone rang. And on that line was Governor Tim Walz. Tim Walz felt the exact same way I did. And a few days later, Tim appointed me to prosecute Floyd's murder. Almost a year after that, minutes after the guilty verdict came down, my phone rang again. And it was Vice President Kamala Harris calling to congratulate my team and the work. Now, Kamala and Tim, they understand the legacy of George Floyd. No one is above the law and no one is beneath it. No one is outside the circle of our compassion. In the Republican Party, everyone thinks they're above the law. Hell, nearly a dozen of their own lawyers are facing serious charges. Even their lawyers need lawyers. These con artists are trafficking in the defective goods of division, exclusion, and fear. And friends, selling defective goods is a scam. And like Kamala Harris, I am an attorney general. And attorney generals know what a scam is when they see it. Like my friend Tish James, for example, from New York. America, we won't be scammed again. We're not going back, we are going forward. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are ready to lead us there. I've worked side by side with Tim Walz for 18 years. His office is right across the hall from mine. And I've seen him deliver for the people of the state of Minnesota every day. Everybody knows Minnesota is one of the best states to live in, to raise a family, to do business, and we've got the best voter turnout in America. Facts. Kamala and Tim, they fight for the people, and they also listen. And when they say we need a ceasefire and an end to the loss of innocent lives in Gaza and to bring hostages home, they're listening, friends. They agree with us. There are people watching tonight and maybe even here tonight who aren't sure yet about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. If you want to know where they stand on some of the most urgent issues facing our country and the world, let me assure you, Kamala and Tim hear you. They listen, they care, and everyone is included in their circle of compassion. They believe that everybody counts and everybody matters. Let's put a stop to the scam of Donald Trump once and for all. And let's put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. Let's go win.
Have you ever discussed special counsel Mueller or his investigation with ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? Yes or no, please, sir? Seems you'd remember something like that.
I don't know.
Please answer the question.
Senator, I think I've answered the question.
No, you've not.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now. Never mind.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Please welcome Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel.
Hello, Chicago. I'm Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel.
And why should I care?
It's a tough job, right? But as California's Attorney General, Kamala Harris never shied away from a good fight. She's held accountable environmental polluters, sexual abusers, and transnational gangs. But what really stands out is when she stood up and protected her constituents' freedoms. In 2011, she refused to defend California's ban on same-sex marriage. She refused to argue that some families should have fewer rights than other families. It meant a lot. She was fighting for families like mine. Now, in 2022, I faced a similar situation when, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, Michigan's archaic abortion ban was resurrected. But Vice President Harris had my back, and she reminded me that protecting people's lives and defending their rights is our job. And just as the same-sex marriage ban was overturned in California, so too was the abortion ban in Michigan. By the way, I got a message for the Republicans and the justices of the United States Supreme Court. You can pry this wedding ban from my cold, dead, gay hand. And I'm retaining a lot of water, so good luck with that. Look, I know that whether she's Attorney General or President of the United States, Kamala Harris will always be in our corner. Now, America, you get to be the judge. Do we go back to the corruption, criminality, and chaos of Donald Trump? Or do we move forward with Kamala Harris? We know when she takes an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, she's actually read it. We know that she'll appoint Supreme Court justices who will protect our freedoms. And let me tell you, Kamala knows you go from the courthouse to the White House, not the other way around. Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
Wow. Wow. I just want to say thank you, Attorney General Nessel. So coming up, we have John and Rachel, proud, loving parents of 3. On October 7th, their son Hirsch, a U.S. citizen, was at a music festival when Hamas attacked. He was taken hostage, and he is still being held today, an American citizen. Rachel and John want what every parent wants: to hold their child close, to love on them, and keep them safe. I'm honored to introduce the 2 of them tonight.
At this moment, 109 treasured human beings are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from 23 different countries. The youngest hostage is a 1-year-old red-headed baby boy, and the oldest is an 86-year-old mustachioed grandpa. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son. His name is Hirsch. He's 23 years old. And like Vice President Kamala Harris, Hirsch was born in Oakland, California. Hirsch is a happy-go-lucky, laid-back, good-humored, respectful, and curious person. He is a civilian. He loves soccer, is wild about music and music festivals, and he has been obsessed with geography and travel since he was a little boy. His bedroom overflows with atlases, globes, maps, and National Geographic magazines. On October 7th, Hirsch and his best friend, Honor, went to a music festival in the south of Israel. It was advertised as celebrating peace, love, and unity. They also went to celebrate Hirsch's 23rd birthday. As rockets began to fall, Hirsch, Honor, and 27 other young festival goers took refuge in a 5-foot by 8-foot bomb shelter. Terrorists began to throw grenades into the shelter. Honor stood in the doorway and repelled 7 of those grenades before the 8th one killed him. Altogether at the Nova Music Festival, 367 young music lovers were killed. This was just one of the many attacks on neighborhoods and communities in southern Israel on that terrible day. In total, 1,200 were killed, including 45 Americans. Hirsch's left forearm, his dominant arm, was blown off before he was loaded onto a pickup truck and stolen from his life and me and John into Gaza. And that was 320 days ago. Since then, we live on another planet. Anyone who is a parent or has had a parent can try to imagine the anguish and misery that John and I and all the hostage families are enduring.
Rachel and I are comforted to be back in our sweet home, Chicago. We were both born and raised here, and our families still live here. This is a political convention, but needing our only son and all of the cherished hostages home is not a political issue. It is a humanitarian issue. The families of the American 8 hostages meet every few weeks in Washington. We're heartened that both Democratic and Republican leaders demonstrate their bipartisan support for our hostages being released. We've met with President Biden and Vice President Harris numerous times at the White House. They're both working tirelessly for a hostage and ceasefire deal that will bring our precious children, mothers, fathers, spouses, grandparents, and grandchildren home, and will stop the despair in Gaza. We are all deeply grateful to them. We're also profoundly thankful to you, the millions of people in the United States and all over the world who have been sending love, support, and strength to the hostage families. You've kept us breathing in a world without air. There is a surplus of agony on all sides of the tragic conflict in the Middle East. In a competition of pain, there are no winners. In our Jewish tradition, we say, Kol Adam Olam Umlo'o. Every person is an entire universe. We must save all these universes. In an inflamed Middle East, we know the one thing that can most immediately release pressure and bring calm to the entire region. A deal that brings this diverse group of 109 hostages home and ends the suffering of the innocent civilians in Gaza. The time is now.
Hirsch, if you can hear us, we love you. Stay strong. Survive.
Bring them home.
Now, some of you may have the wrongful impression that I'm about to sing with this man. That ain't gonna happen. But I'll tell you what, I want to bring you all to a street in Newark, New Jersey called Martin Luther King Boulevard. On that street, why should I care? Towers. We never mistaked wealth with worth. In those towers was a tenant president named Miss Virginia Jones. Her son was murdered in the 1980s in the lobby of one of those buildings, but she was a woman of invincible joy. And I'll tell you this, I used to ask her, how are you so joyful? And she would always tell me, as church woman, she'd say, the joy I have, the world didn't give it to me. Come on now. Come on now.
God,
she taught
you
me.
can't make
that you've got to generate the joy, that hope is the active conviction that despair will never have the last word. And so tonight, there are so many challenges in our nation. There are so many problems that we're facing. Heck, if America hasn't broken your heart, you don't love her enough.
Wow.
I mean, if you wonder why American society is so divided, I mean, divided in so many ways. It isn't just that the divides are deep, it's that the divides are so many. Black and white, race against race, advocates of this issue against opponents of this issue, even men against women and women against men. There isn't a single category within that society that doesn't have some corresponding nemesis. It's just divide and conquer, playing out domestically. And Democrats and Republicans is just another one of these divisions, because the country has been conquered by corporate economic imperialists. Look, I don't care who you vote for in November, because power doesn't care who you vote for in November. I've said it before. If you imagine that unelected power of the private sector is going to entrust the public with deciding how things are going to be run and who's going to run things, then you're living in a fantasy. It's absurd. America has subverted, sabotaged, and strangled democracies all around the world. They've been interfering with, tampering with, rigging elections across the globe for decades, from Haiti to Honduras, from Italy to Iran, from Syria to South Africa. They've toppled governments, assassinated elected officials, fixed elections, bribed and bullied and bulldozed democracies on every continent for a century. They don't think that any population in any country in the world can be trusted to elect leaders who will safeguard the interests of the American elite. So what makes you think that they're going to trust you with that power? They rig elections and install whoever they want in country after country, but somehow you think that they're not going to do that in your country. Why, how naive can you be? Listen, the election cycle in America is nothing but a mechanism for what you can call the campaign industrial complex, whereby billions upon billions of dollars of contributions, your money, are funneled into the private sector. I mean, when you donate to a politician or you donate to a candidate, where do you think that money goes? It goes directly to business. You're not doing anything but increase the revenue streams of consultancies, ad agencies, analytics firms, PR firms, media companies, social media companies, digital marketing agencies, events coordinators, on and on. This is nothing but the public providing basically an economic stimulus package to unproductive industries. It's a wealth transfer that you yourselves are participating in. You're literally just donating money to the private sector and getting nothing in return. Getting nothing in return except that you get to watch the most expensive fan fiction movie about democracy ever produced. I mean, look at the Democrats. Kamala Harris was just appointed as the nominee. She wasn't voted for. This is straight up succession, not election. There were no primaries. She hasn't had to outline her policy platform, and no one needs her to do that. All she has to do is to not be Donald Trump. This is the logic of demonization versus policy debate as a campaign strategy. No candidate has to win your approval as long as the whole election is framed in the lesser of two evils scenario. And what's the point of that? To make the pre-programmed win seem plausible, that's all. And to not leave any opening for dissent to manifest that might make the win seem implausible. Because, for instance, if voters actually have demands of this candidate or that candidate, and the candidate fails to address those demands, then it could cast doubt upon their eventual victory. And inevitably, if a candidate does address voter demands, well, that will always end up alienating some other faction of voters. So we don't talk about issues. We don't talk about how to deal with issues. We just rally behind our party's candidate in lockstep, because the other party's candidate is literally the devil incarnate. When you're operating in the lesser of two evils framework, you're always going to have decidedly low expectations of your chosen candidate, and that's perfect when the election is already fraudulent in the first place. So this uncomplicates the rigging process. Yes, I said rigging, and don't think for a second, don't you imagine that that's a conspiracy theory, that the U.S. rigs elections. But between 1946 and 2000, America is documented to have interfered with, tampered with, malignly influenced or outright rigged at least 88 elections from Europe to Latin America to Asia to Africa. So again, if you think that they'll do this everywhere else, but your so-called democracy is pristine. I would have to ask you why you think so. Why would it be more important to the power structure to control the outcome of an election in, say, Guyana, than it would be for them to control the outcome of an election in the United States of America? Because yes, Guyana is one of the countries where America rigged elections in the past. I'm telling you, I don't care who you vote for, because power doesn't care who you vote for, because the outcome is not determined by you. You know, Biden stepped aside because his pre-programmed victory could never be convincing. But look, Biden himself, the fact of Biden, a man who is literally in late stage senility, a man who is visibly disintegrating before our eyes, the very fact that he was not only president, but was absolutely going to be run for another term, despite being a cadaver on strings, that should let you know that power does not reside in that office. Politicians serve two functions. The first is to distract you with the performance of democratic government, and the second is to be effigies that can be burned to satisfy public anger when the policies dictated by the private sector impose misery on the population. So when an American asks me, who should they vote for, or when they say that this one is better than that one, or at least not as bad as that one, and what do I think, and so on and so on and so on, well, you may as well be asking me about which Marvel superhero is better than the other, because you're not talking to me about figures who have any real significance with regards to policy. You're not talking to me about figures who actually exert any control over anything. You're not talking about the real existing power structure. You're asking me to give you an opinion about a fictional scenario in which your government wields independent power. As long as you're fixated on this charade, there's no danger whatsoever of you ever having any impact on policy. You're just facilitating and collaborating with the divide and conquer tactics of the owners and controllers of global financialized capital. And I don't know how you can be so propagandized, to be honest. I don't know how you can be so propagandized that you can't even notice that actually your own media does tell you every day that the government is not in charge. I mean, how many times have you read, or how many times have you heard in the media, the market will decide? We'll have to see what the market does and so on. But when they say the market, they don't mean you and I, they mean big business, multinational corporations, asset managers, you know, stock market whales, not voters, not citizens, not Democrats, and not Republicans. You live in an oligarchy, and your so-called democracy is only performed as a distraction to keep you from noticing that fact. Now, for this election in the US, as I've said, Harris and Trump are just mascots representing two different factions of the OCGFC. And it's going to be just like what happened in Venezuela. The only way that Trump can win is by trying to out-rig the election rigging of the Democrats. But the Democrats are the incumbents, like Maduro was. So they have the advantage of overseeing the succession, and Harris is likely to win. The only thing that Trump can do is to try to boost his own popularity to the point that Harris's pre-programmed victory looks less plausible. But like I said before, it's not musical chairs where both candidates are walking in circles around the chair until the music stops, and then they have to race for the seat. Kamala is already in the seat, just like Maduro, and it's harder to get someone out of that seat than it is to just sit in it. So it looks like the neocons will probably stay in the White House. And that just means that the real battle between the military-industrial complex OCGFC and the global-oriented OCGFC, that battle is just going to go on a while longer. But if you're fool enough to think that you have to drop everything in order to ensure that Kamala Harris will win and Trump will lose, well, then you're literally like someone who can watch those old Roadrunner cartoons and still get worried and anxious about whether or not the coyote is going to catch him. I mean, I know it's important for you to think that you have some kind of control, but the truth is, the reality is, you're not writing this story, and you're not writing how this story goes. And as long as you think that you are writing how this story goes or participating in it in any way whatsoever, then that just ensures that you will always be nothing but a spectator. Unless and until you redirect your activism towards the private sector, and I mean organize and mobilize with the understanding that, for example, corporations are political entities. So treat them as such, deal with them as such, impose expectations and demands upon them as such. Unless and until you do that, all your get out the vote initiatives, all your campaigning, all your voting will never do anything for social and political change except to ensure that it won't happen. Boeing, for example, just used your government to make around $20 billion. Boeing. Raytheon, and all the other merchants of death and destruction. They just got $20 billion of your money to keep the genocide going in Gaza. That's their policy. Zionism is their policy. Genocide is their policy, and they're doing it for money. And they give almost evenly to the Democrats as they do to the Republicans, except they give slightly more to the Democrats. And it's almost even between what they give to Kamala Harris and to Donald Trump. They contributed a bit more to Harris. I shouldn't actually say contribute, I should say invest, because they give that money as an investment from which they expect astronomical returns, which they will get. These are the entities that control your policy. It's not your ballot, it's their billions. Your government is captured, and your country has been captured, and power and decision-making has been transferred from the public sector to the private sector. Your laws and your policies are written by corporate lawyers, not by congressmen. You know, your democracy has actually become like the British monarchy. It's just an empty tradition. You know, you go out to vote the same way that British people will go out and line the streets just to watch the king pass by on a horse and carriage. It's just a nod to the lore and heritage of your society. It's a ritual that has no real significance beyond the psychological and the emotional. It's a collective, society-wide, self-soothing gesture. America is a corporate authoritarian system cosplaying as a democracy. And everybody around the world sees you. You know, you people who are campaigning for Trump or campaigning for Harris, everyone around the world sees you as someone who's like at a cosplay event and dressed up like Iron Man, but who actually thinks that the buttons on his costume work. We have to elect Trump, or the meteor is going to destroy the earth. We have to elect Harris, or multi-dimensional aliens will kill us all. You're really invested in the fantasy storyline. But nobody in the world thinks that your democracy exists except for you. Because we know all too well what your democracy looks like when you export it to us. And you have the same one that you sent us, which means that you don't have one either. Look, you are not constituents of politicians, you're constituents of companies, and you need to organize yourselves along these lines. Democratize private sector power. At some point, your activism and your strategy has to actually be informed by the real existing power dynamics in your society, not just by the official version of the power structure that they taught you in civics class. Until you do that, I'm telling you that the harder you work for this party or the harder you work for that party, well, you're doing nothing but fortify and reinforce your own disenfranchisement and your own irrelevance.
I'm tired of being nice. Tell me when I'm telling lies.
Yeah. I want to bring something to your attention that I really want you to think about it. America. I don't know what is it that is happening in America, but I know what is happening in America. You realize America is the only place on earth right now we have all of the elements them in nature creating havoc in the country. We are talking about tornado, cyclone, flood, fire, mass shooting, and Donald Trump. What is happening? Every week you have a mass shooting in America, every week. Right now, flood. When you look on your TV, you see water rush through ordinary street like a river. People are washed away. Bridge are broke down. House. I mean, the latest one I see some really serious house is giving way. You can almost hear the concrete give way because the earth underneath it gets saturated because of the amount of water we have moved through. And then the hail, the tornado come and us, we see car spin all in the air. What is happening in America? Why is it that white supremacists, the youth them now, is holding fast on white supremacy to the point where Them can just go out there and just kill people. And when you check them blog and them thing, it's white supremacist Nazi information that is causing them to wreak this. Who can deny that Donald Trump, the mentality of Donald Trump, and the philosophy of Donald Trump is giving rise again? Because it never gone, you know. Because you have the Ku Klux Klan, which is a homegrown terrorist organization in America. When you talk about terrorist organization, no organization, no beat the Klan. The lynching and murder of black people over the centuries where them did it, years where them did it, it's just not compared to anything else. And them still doing it. But now them seep into the mainstream of American politics. You can't hear them on the TV. Mainstream politics under Donald Trump. The problem with this is that black people still don't understand that them situation is not necessarily better than 100 years ago. Because I remember when them burned down Black Wall Street, hundreds, thousands of black people dead and murdered. The lynching and the killing will take place. That you have some people named the Buffalo Soldiers who have fight for the white man against the Native American them. And them was feeling it more than the Indian them. So we get integrated in our society that is not conducive to we as African people. So everybody want to go to America and feel say America is the place to be. Yet still, white America don't want you there. And we can see that. We can see that them don't want you there. Because what is happening is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, black people, the billions of dollars where black people control in America, we still say millions of black people can't afford house, can't afford nothing. You have billionaires, millionaires. The 1% govern the 98%. And them talk about democracy. How hell democracy work against one set when democracy is supposed to be for all the people? It's by the people, for the people. When we look at them trying now to move African history, African American history out of the schools. When we see them affirmative action get leaked. Because for them thing is that one should not be accepted in a school because of the color of his skin. I don't disagree with that. But the reason why it was set up is because he was not accepted because of the color of his skin. No care how much you know from your black, you have to step back. If you're white, it's all right. If you're brown, stick around. And that is really what is happening now. But guess what? Them better watch it because Donald Trump might, just might, become the president again. And then it's going to be something else.
You know, let me go here. There's a growing concern.
Palestinians have been subjected to one of the longest and most sadistic genocides in history. And no, it didn't start in October 2023, and it didn't even start in 1948. No, Zionist immigrants began colonizing Palestine in 1882. And they came in wave after wave of immigration by their tens of thousands, taking land, displacing the Palestinians and seizing farmland, seizing homes, seizing property, and seizing whole sectors of the economy. And what began as a push became a shove. And that shove became beatings, and beatings became massacres. And this has been going on for over 140 years now. And just around the halfway point of that 140 years, in 1948, this colonial ethnic cleansing project was awarded the official seal of approval and recognition with the establishment of the so-called State of Israel. So between 1882 and 1948, roughly 500,000 Zionists came into Palestine, European Zionists. And that was at a time when the indigenous population of Palestine was only around 500,000 people, 500,000 Palestinians. So Zionist immigrants literally doubled the population size in 60 years. As many foreigners came to Palestine as the number of Palestinians who already lived there. Imagine that. You know, you see all of these anti-immigration protests in the UK. Well, 60 years ago, the population of the UK was around 55 million. So to put Zionist immigration into Palestine into perspective, the UK would have to have had an equal number of immigrants over the last 60 years as the number of people who already lived in the UK in 1964. Double the population, all with immigrants. That means take the 55 million British people from 1964 and add another 55 million immigrants. What you have actually had in the UK in the last 60 years is only around 11 million immigrants. That's a 20% increase. Well, in Palestine, it was a 100% increase. And there was no talk about assimilation. Oh, no. The immigrants, the Zionist immigrants, they didn't mean to assimilate with the Palestinians. They didn't speak the language. They didn't work together. They didn't mix. They didn't integrate. They came to take over. They came to conquer Palestine. They didn't come to try to get along. You know, these anti-immigrant protesters in the UK are talking about how supposedly immigrants are taking our jobs. They're talking about how our culture is disappearing. Our country is losing its identity and so on. Well, imagine if your country got hit with a tidal wave of immigrants equal in number to the total number of citizens that you have. And that deluge of foreigners entering your country not only take your jobs, but take your homes, take your land, and they take your whole economy, and they completely shut you out. And then they literally start committing pogroms against your own people in towns, in villages, and so forth, and they take over your agriculture, they take over all your industry, and they start saying that there's no such thing as British people. There's no such thing as English people. Let them all go to Dover. Let the English people all go to Amsterdam. They can go there. They're all white people. They can all be together. And so they drive you out of London. First, they drive you out of London. They drive you out of Manchester. You know, they drive you out of every port city, every financial and business center of the UK, every economic center of the UK. And they push you off into the forest to go live in the hills. You know, English refugees in Scotland living in camps. While you're mad about the little stream of immigrants that you have, and you raise hell over any time some individual immigrant commits a crime, while the rest of them, as you know perfectly well, they do everything possible to try to assimilate and try to integrate and try to contribute to your economy and to your society. Meanwhile, the Zionist immigrants into Palestine committed organized, systematic, brutal mass violence against the Palestinians. And you people who think it's wrong for foreigners to come into your country, even in comparatively small numbers, you absolutely flooded Palestine with immigrants, with violent, hostile, aggressive immigrants, decade after decade after decade for 140 years. So you tell me, what do you think that English people would do? Look at how they act now. If you want to know the immigration issue that the Palestinians were subjected to, well, you'd have to take your immigration issue and double it, then double it again, then double it again. And yes, double it even one more time after that. And then imagine that you have 55 million immigrants in the UK who are armed, who are hostile, and who deny that you even exist or have a right to exist. And you tell me, what do you think that the English would do in that situation? Oh, and then let's say, after you've driven them out, after they've driven you out of London, in fact, they've driven you out of England, and you're just eking out an existence in Wales in refugee camps somewhere. And then the immigrants who came to your country, they decide to start a straight up genocide, and they kill over 1 million of you in 9 months. Well, that's the equivalent of what's happening now. You know, you lose your minds over a comparatively minor number of immigrants coming into your country, immigrants that you need anyway, if you want your economy to function at all. But you feel overwhelmed by these immigrants coming into your country, even though they do everything they can to try to get along with you. They do everything they can to try to assimilate with your ways. They learn your language and they contribute to your society and so on. But meanwhile, you fund, you defend, you sponsor, you arm, you train the most violent, vicious, hostile, aggressive immigrants in the world to terrorize Palestine. You're supporting a genocide by immigrants against the Palestinians, while at the same time you're rioting in your own country because you feel that your immigrants over there might get a job instead of you. Honestly, wallahi, you exist in a state of zero moral gravity.
I play these videos not just because we need a commercial break, as Brother Torian Rain has eloquently put what I've done the last 3 days. I want y'all to understand that other people around the world are seeing this. And for those who just listen to that video, I'm just going to help you out. He's not talking about us. The whole world knows we don't rock with this war. That message was not for us. That's for your scumbags that are over there in Chicago right now. This is for them scumbags who were over there last month in Milwaukee. That's for them scumbags that sit there at First Street in East Capitol. That's for them scumbags who work and screw with us at 1600 Pennsylvania. The scumbags in Langley. The scumbags in all those FBI buildings around the country. All them scumbags that are sitting there making war, what they call it, war plans right now around the world on behalf of that flag, when they should be using their strategies to go fight the scumbags that want to do us harm. But of course, when we say something, then it's a problem. The whole world saw us when Ukraine popped off. We were like, you know what? That's y'all's issue. We ain't got nothing to do with that. That's a white supremacist temper tantrum. Let them figure it out. Hold your own nuts. What they do. Had a whole bunch of Africans on film. Try to get us to spur. We good. Go tell their government to go help them. I read history just as well as y'all do. The cousins already used up all their energy to get Mandela out. I think they tired. They gave a little bit, and I helped them. We gave them a little bit after Gaddafi got killed, and they started doing all that goddamn slavery BS over there. We said that's wrong. And you saw what happened. Obama said, I'm sorry. That's all he did. Didn't go stop it. He just said, I'm sorry. Kept it moving. All these efforts out here getting paid to go stand on stage sound like idiots. And by the way, tonight at the DNC, they're talking about what Shaheed Bolson was just talking about, immigration. Notice, this is probably the fourth Latino that they brought outside. And it just started. YouTube gonna get mad at me. I don't care. They're trying to normalize this through the DNC. They're all probably sitting up here right now telling their nice stories about how they came to this country and they got opportunities to look at me. They had one of the sheriffs at one of the border towns. He was just out there looking like a Latino, David Clark. They got this dude on here. He's probably telling everybody how he came here. He didn't know English or nothing. Now he in the Marine Corps. Okay, motherfucker, what do you think black folks were doing when they got over here on them boats or the ones that were already here? What did you think? They joined the Marines. Did they not even know they weren't allowed to? They got in there, saved your ass. The Army went out there and got grenades thrown at them in other countries. They couldn't even go around the locals in all these far off lands. You heard old brother, that video I love playing, having a Vietnamese girl call him the N-word. You got brothers and sisters out there on the water with the Navy and the Coast Guard, and then they got to come back home and deal with the BS. You prioritize somebody saving your goddamn democracy for somebody who ain't even supposed to be here because they didn't want to go through the process. You just told them to come. But yeah, let's blame the other side. And before somebody says something, I'm not caping for the Democrats. I'm not caping for Republicans. I'm trying to tell you a story. Look, he about to go back in the back and get his check. A fight for our democracy. Who's our democracy? What democracy? Look, there's probably another Latina. Look at this. They just sent them all outside. Tonight's supposed to be about the border. They're telling you straight up, if you mess with that border, people like me ain't going to get in. We not going to get our slice. Guess what? The cousins done baked enough pies. Let them get the first slice. What are you scared of? I ain't saying don't have immigration. I ain't saying that. But I can understand somebody's point when they say lock that border for 10 years. I can understand it. I said it. It makes sense. But if you want to have your immigration, that's cool. You need to vet motherfuckers. Y'all got all this technology. You got all this money. Y'all swear up and down you the innovators. Cool. Create technology. Create that shit. But I'm gonna tell you this right now, family. By the time tonight is over, you watch what I tell you. Between tonight and tomorrow, command me gonna fuck around and turn Republicans into some conservative Democrats. You watch what the fuck I tell you. Watch. By the end of tomorrow night, MAGA, they finna sound like you, and they're gonna be more palatable. Let me hear what this woman talking about.
But what keeps me up at night is what'll happen if he gets back there.
I ain't gonna hold you.
The guardrails are gone. The few adults in the room the first time resigned or were fired.
Can you yell, excuse me, one time?
I grew up in the kind of working family
Told you.
that Trump pretends to care about.
Told you.
Conservative.
Told you.
Catholic. Texan.
Told you.
July 4th was our most sacred holiday. Those values made me a
Shouldn't saying
Republican.
that. July 4th.
And they're the same values that make me proud to support Kamala Harris.
What did I tell y'all? Now watch. Them conservatives ain't gonna go outside and mobilize after this. They're gonna attack this chick. Watch what I tell you. They're gonna call her all type of traitor.
On the most important issue, protecting our freedom. So to my fellow Republicans, you aren't voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy.
See what I told you? What I tell you?
You aren't betraying our party. You're standing up for our country.
What did I just say? What did I just say? They're gonna turn them into conservative Democrats.
Please welcome former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan.
Good evening.
That's the song you gave him?
I bring greetings from the great state of Georgia.
We're probably dancing with Little John
So
in
let's
the
get
green
the hard
room.
part out of the way. I am a Republican.
What did I tell you, man?
But tonight, I stand here
I
as
should go
an
play
American.
Powerball. I still got time. Where's my phone? I'm gonna go play Powerball. Hold on.
An American that cares more about the future of this country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election. I realized Trump was a direct threat to democracy, and his actions disqualified him from ever stepping foot into the Oval Office again. I could spend my time revving up this crowd, but I'm certain I don't have to talk anybody out of voting for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to focus my attention on the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy. And the only thing left to do is dump
All right,
Trump.
I just played. Now watch. Conservatives tomorrow and the Republicans going to be pissed off that they're sitting there talking to conservatives. Assholes.
These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her
Turning her into a
prosecutor
centrist
mindset
live.
that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching. If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot.
An American. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Don't y'all say that on the right? And listen, y'all heard it, right? You hear him. Now watch. MAGA gonna say they stole that from him. They stole the USA chant from him. Watch.
In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto.
What is that?
And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs and he handed me this coaster that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, "Hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong."
Look at that. Well, look at that. Democrats, even though they were playing on
To
abortions
my
for
fellow
black
Republicans
people,
at
they're
home
promoting
that want to
family.
pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone. You know the right thing to do. Let's have the courage to do it in November. Thank you, and God bless you.
They sent the white people and the Latinos out to talk about family, and they sold your black ass abortions and vasectomies. And the biggest picture was a black man holding, saying he got a vasectomy.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
350, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
We're going to
to give riot warnings to troops out around here. We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
5 to 50 be advised, trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Hold the order! Hold the order! Hold the order! We have a breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol to the upper level!
My kids didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution.
Bring out press! Bring out press! Bring out press!
Yeah. Because the scumbag Trump told them to go inside.
Look at this Spanish boys. We're trying to hold the alphabet. We're trying to hold the alphabet down.
We need an area for the House members. They're all walking over now through the tunnel.
We need to move now. Copy. If we lose any more time, we may lose the ability to leave. So if we're going to leave, we need to do it now. We lost the line. We lost the line. LPD, pull back. LPD, pull back into the alphabet.
Need 208 with 4 members. The door's barricaded. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
Officers still remaining on the House floor, so we can secure the members on the other side. Copy.
Get them up! Get them up!
And if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons. And I mean full pardons with an apology to many, an apology.
Well, you were the one that said your base was stupid. It sounded like people in that crowd were clapping in Chicago.
People. The crowd was unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love, the love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
Please welcome Mississippi Representative Benny Thompson.
Don't tell me y'all sent the black man out there to go get a Trump.
On January 6th,
What'd I tell you?
like most of my colleagues, I had one goal:
What's that?
to uphold the votes of the American people, the cornerstone of our American democracy. But as what you just witnessed, let me remind you that the members of that violent mob had another goal.
What was their goal?
They wanted to stop the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American democracy. Because in this country, we settle our differences at the ballot box. Not
at the ballot box.
It took a long time to get here, and we are not going back. Because I remember that dark history. It's my own history. In this life, my father never cast a vote because of Jim Crow. So I dedicated my career to protecting the votes against violence and discrimination. You can imagine what I felt on January 6th when I saw with my own eyes.
I mean, just think about the fact that the
commercial
fundamental and most inspiring myth of their religion is the story of the betrayal, the torture, and the gruesome murder of the most righteous man on earth, you know, the crucifixion story, and that his supposed willingness to be slaughtered, his willingness to be sacrificed in surrender to the evil of his enemies, somehow redeemed his enemies, allowing their evil to run amok, run rampant, and have its way in the world, to the point that the most perfect human being got sadistically murdered. And by his murder, supposedly, the doors of salvation opened up to anyone who believed that he went along with all of that voluntarily, that he didn't resist it, that he didn't oppose it. You know, he didn't so much as raise his voice in rebuke at the injustice. I mean, you can't help but see how this myth has guided or misguided them for centuries, for millennia, in fact, right up until today and the genocide in Gaza. Their most deeply embedded mythology teaches them that the role and the function of the good and the righteous is to be viciously slaughtered, and that by some perverse process, this saves them somehow, saves the ones who slaughter them. Well, I mean, who would reward you for slaughtering the righteous? Who would have ever put that in your mind, that slaughtering the innocent and slaughtering the good was somehow redemptive? I mean, who would have made you think that? This is a serious and really tragic problem for the West, for the ideological and philosophical progeny of Europe, because it's literally coded by now into their moral and intellectual DNA. It's a foundational, fundamental, paradigmatic element in their so-called civilization. And it's crucial to understand this. Look, the whole nature, in reality, the whole nature of the struggle of the human condition is the children of Adam, alayhi salam, trying to prove that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was right in honoring Adam, alayhi salam. And the other side of that struggle is Iblis trying to prove that he was right in refusing to honor Adam, alayhi salam. This is Shaitan's stubborn, arrogant, and desperate mission from then until now. Until now, he wants to justify and he wants to exonerate himself for his refusal to make sajda when he was ordered to do so, and to prove that he was rational and that his rationale for that was correct. He's determined to prove that human beings are unworthy, inferior, ungrateful, disobedient, and dishonorable. So therefore, he can't tolerate goodness and righteousness. He can't tolerate obedience and piety and decency in people. Decency in people. He can't tolerate those kind of people existing. Those people must be punished. They must be discredited. They must be persecuted and hated and exterminated. This is the theme of the battle that we're in our life, and it always has been. And Iblis has contrived all manner of ways to accomplish this. And one of the most effective ways that he's used was precisely this twisted concept that I mentioned, where the good and the innocent must be sacrificed. And of course, that goodness ceases to be goodness the moment that goodness moves to defend itself. You see that very clearly in Gaza, in the attitude towards Gaza, because it is impossible morally to blame the Palestinians in any way whatsoever, unless you fundamentally believe that the innocent are somehow obliged to not defend themselves and to not resist evil. You have to believe that the good and the innocent are morally required to submit to their own slaughter, just like your myth about Nabi Isa alayhi salam, your myth about Jesus. And if they refuse to succumb to evil, to succumb to oppression and aggression and transgression, then this somehow compromises their goodness and their innocence. Makes no sense at all. It's obviously, this is insane. That's sadism, not morality. But it's completely in line with the agenda of Iblis, with the agenda of Shaitan. You see, you can never actually properly understand geopolitics, power dynamics, current affairs, and so forth. You can't analyze any of that accurately if you exclude from your analysis the overarching truth that is conveyed in the Quran and Sunnah, in Islam. You know, this is just another trick of Shaitan, making people think that excluding Islamic understanding constitutes objectivity and impartiality. No, this fatally impairs your ability to recognize and understand what actually goes on in the world. But this, again, is the brilliance of Shaitan in fabricating false religions back in the day, the long-term utility of corrupting the message of the prophets and writing in your own words your own rules and claiming that those are from God, claiming that that's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because those will eventually be proved false. They'll be proved to be forgeries, and thereby Iblis can sow cynicism and doubt about religion itself and about the prophets and about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Numerous times, and from what I understand, you spoke to Kevin Samuels numerous times, and he acknowledged your work as being the inspiration for his views about relationships in our community, right? Did you agree with Kevin Samuels' approach?
No, I didn't agree with Kevin Samuels. He agreed with me. And he was always so respectful to me. And we were getting ready to do something, though. We were going to do a big thing in Atlanta. And then he went and died. So I guess that wasn't supposed to happen.
Damn.
But, Kevin, the book woke him up, and it gave him the courage to discuss and address these things since I had did it and had put out the blueprint. And so he was a bit crude. I had told him I didn't think he would be successful because of how he was going about it. But he told it the way he saw it. And he was not successful. He was successful in his platform, getting hundreds of thousands of people, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 people were, tuning in to hear him and his comments. But I don't know. I'm sure it benefited some of the women because it put us in check about what we think our overrated value is. Okay. And we think we have a greater value because we think that we are in charge of sex. Okay. And most men will just about do anything or go along with anything if they think that.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, that's changing.
Hold on, family. We got some breaking news. Y'all thought I was lying. Okay. Y'all thought I was lying.
Every song that I've written, it's because of my love for you right here. But this year I've prayed very hard for peace to come to our world's nations, but also to each one of our hearts. Even though our hearts have been beaten and broken, beyond prayer, I know the importance of action, and now is the time to understand where we are and what it will take to win. Win the broken hearts, win the disenchanted, win the angry spirits. Now is the time. This is the moment to remember when you tell your children where you were and what you did. As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency. It is time to get up and go vote. Listen, the choice is clear. Clearer than anyone else is saying. Did you hear me? Clearer than anyone else is saying. You feel me?
We need to choose joy over anger, kindness over recrimination, and peace over war. Every time. We must choose to be above the ugly words, the hateful anger, and the division those words and anger create. We must keep on keeping on until we truly are a united people of these United States. And then we will reach our higher ground. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to reach your higher ground? Are you ready to reach our higher ground? Tell me. I want to hear you again. Are you ready? Are we ready? Because you know we need Kamala Harris. Yes, we do.
Need her for what?
And we need a great man, as we do have, as a future vice president. You know that. So you know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Mowski, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Okay, he gonna start singing, and we're gonna get flagged.
That is not all completely the way it was. This is the thing I wanted to mention, and I don't usually talk about this. When I say that we're living in trends, the messenger talked about when we get out of control, too savage, that you live in a beast life. Okay. Our younger people, that children of the future there, are living somewhat of a beast life, because the new trend now, and I only know about this because they put it out there in the public on the Instagram and the internet and on the Facebook and everything. One of the things that scientists say separates the humans from the animals is that humans mate face to face. Animals mate from the rear. Well, it's popular now that that's what they're all doing, mating from the rear and doing all kind of other distasteful things and calling it sex. That's a bad sign. Okay. There's a different connection, as we all know, of face to face than another kind of way. People are getting hurt. They're choking each other. They're spitting in each other's mouth, doing all kind of things that would never, ever have been considered as sexual pleasure. There's something wrong in that. I don't know how long they're going to be practicing that. And they're even doing oral sex in people's anus and their behinds, all kind of stuff, crazy stuff. And I'm talking about it because we need to know, and we need to start trying to teach something differently. Okay. That's not no love. That's not no showing of love. That's something crazy. And the girls are accepting it. Young women are being choked, or somebody spitting in their mouth, all kind of insanity things. And they calling it sex. That ain't no sex. I don't know what kind of beast life that is, but that's another trend that I hope passes, because that's taking it to such a low level. Where can it go after that? And how long then will generations think that that's affection? So that's a very bad sign, I think. And that the young women think that that's natural, as I said, that they going along with this, and that the men are tiring really of them at all. They don't even want to look at them. And I'm concerned about that, and I think we all should be.
I just wanted to touch on the Kevin Samuels thing one more time. Do you believe he helped bring interest into your works with a new generation?
No, I don't think so. I think it just it was so personally, individually critical. I don't think that ever helps. I think you have to be civilized and you're asking and telling. And I don't think that that kind of overly critical criticism of an individual each person individually. No, that does not help, especially publicly. As I said, we already got low self-esteem, and that don't mean build us up on some false bravado. I don't mean that, but I mean we just have to be more gentle with each other. We are damaged creatures.
Let me reword it. I apologize. I wanted to ask, do you think his work brought more attention to your book?
No.
With a new generation, with
No.
a younger generation that probably didn't know about
I'm not
your book.
sure. See, the other thing is, remember, we're in a society where they're teaching against reading.
Facts.
All right, everybody either want to hear it or see it.
This interview was the worst. I like this channel, but this interview was not good. Y'all should have had me up there, but I don't work for y'all, so whatever.
Then shut the fuck up in 2024. Yo, you sound dumb.
What kind of question is this? No, Kevin Samuels, what he did had nothing to do with Shahrazad Ali or bringing attention to the book. So I guarantee you right now, if we showed up that book and put it out there and had women read it, Shahrazad Ali would be getting dragged worse than she was getting dragged in 90s. Boy.
So reading is not as popular. So I'm not sure if it worked that way.
Oh Lord.
My sales.
My bad, family. Another more breaking news.
All right. Y'all remember this big old book from before? When Colorado Governor Jared Polis ripped the page out of it. This is Project 2025, the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. It is boo. It is a real document that you can read for yourself at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025. You ever seen a document that could kill a small animal and democracy at the same time? Here it is. You know how when you download an app and there are hundreds of pages there that you don't read, it's just the terms and conditions, and you just click agree, right? Well, these are the terms and conditions of a second Trump presidency. You vote for him, you vote for all of this. Let's take a look. All right, do we got Matt here with us tonight? Is Matt here? Hey, there he is. Matt.
What the hell is that?
Sir?
You can't hear him.
Matt. Now, Matt, I understand that you work as an AV tech in Nevada and you make a decent hourly wage. Is that right?
He's an AV tech, but he can't get the audio working.
Oh, I don't know if we can hear Matt. Can we hear Matt?
Oh, is this a bit?
So who's going to fix it?
Kamala Harris?
Keep speaking, Matt, till we can hear you. Uh-huh. Okay, that's good. I guess we're going to move on from Matt.
What?
And this is Becky. Becky, can we hear you?
Hi, Keenan. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right, good. Now,
goodness.
Becky, you're married, correct?
I am. Me and my wife have been together for about 8 years.
Told you Democrats are pushing families, but they pushing
that's amazing.
Abortions and vasectomies on black people. MAGA, where are you on this?
But I have got some bad news for you.
I hate that.
On page 584, Project 2025 calls for the elimination of protections for LGBTQ plus Americans. So yeah, right back to the Stone Age. I'm afraid so.
Right back to the Stone Age. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Becky, for being here and making that wonderful point. All right,
that would
next
never
up,
hold up in court.
we have Nirvana. Nirvana, are you with us? And your people are with us as well? All right, good.
Did she just throw up a gunshot? She might be Jamaican.
Nirvana, I understand that you are on insulin to manage your diabetes, yes?
Yes, and thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris, I only pay $35 a month for my insulin.
God.
That is great. That is great. But on page 465, Project 2025 calls for millions of people like yourself to pay more for prescription drugs like insulin.
Why?
Why? Well, I guess maybe to help Big Pharma make more money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume.
Oh, they don't donate to the Democrats. Say less.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, unfortunately, it does make sense.
One nation. But joy
All right, let's
cometh
talk
in the
about
morning.
Anita, are you there? Yes. Hello, Anita.
Hello.
And Anita, what do you do for a living?
I'm an OBGYN who delivers babies and does surgery.
An OBGYN. She is an OBGYN that.
So is Cliff Huxtable, and I respect him more. Gotta go.
Have been impacted on a lot of things. You know, that must be 50 books out called The Black Man's Guide and The Black Woman's Guide. You know, so many people have copied, you know, my title. So I'm not sure it worked that way. I'm still selling books, and he's still, I'm sure there's still brothers out there now trying to take his place. So that's just, you know, the way that turned out. He got me, I think, more attention for me, toward me as a writer, as a sister, you know. But I know my place in the world, and I'm just a woman. That's not an insult. That's not a put down, but I am not a man. See, God is a man. You represent God. And I tell Black women, the closest you may ever get to God is being with a Black man. Because he looks more like you than me. And we have so many things out here affecting our respect and image of self. That's the other reason Black women don't want to believe that the Black man is God, because they think the Black man they know ain't nothing, and that y'all ain't nothing, so there ain't no way you could be God. In fact, you have some brothers who have surrendered, and they walking around talking about the Black woman as God. Some more absurd, silly nonsense that we waste our time on.
When did that start? This notion that the Black woman was God?
Well, they just have surrendered. It can't be me because I can't do nothing. I ain't got nothing and look like she more successful or whatever. And so we just decide then she must be God. That's what a man do. I don't know no man that would decide that. And I try to correct every brother I run into about that. They think they complimenting me by saying the Black woman is God, but I'm not God. And I don't want that job. Okay, I got enough to do. I don't want that responsibility, and I don't have that power.
I wanted to touch on, before we get to the last two questions, I want to touch on something you said where you said Black women, they don't see much in Black men, right? Mm-hmm. And from personal experience, what I noticed that even if you're I don't know these terms they use, highly performing, even if you're just a great guy, right? Mm-hmm. They still can't see the greatness in you.
They still what?
They still struggle to see the greatness in you if you're a great person.
Well, as I said, we've been all taught against each other so hard. We have to.
By the way, DNC is playing Bruno
Now, that's
Mars
one thing Kevin did. He got more Black men speaking out about their dissatisfaction. Well, dissatisfaction produced change. One of the changes has been more of our men are going offshore seeking other women who they say can know how to act more like a woman. All right. It's like we'll tell a man, everything you do, why don't you act like a man? When you all have never challenged our womanhood, you all have never told us, why don't you act like a woman? It's not in you. But we'll tell you real quick, why don't you act like a man? Well, how do we know what a man act like? Most of us didn't have a father. We didn't have a model. We only saw fathers on television and in movies. And they gave us certain ideas that white people have that they themselves don't live up to. Okay. Their fatherhood is built on them being able to provide. And they kept you from being able to do that so that you could not have that. And that's another reason I say that we have to teach our men how to be fathers, how to deal with babies, how to change a diaper, how to do all of those things. You made that.
Finna put over
that's your
AAPI.
idea. So you need to be a part of how it's going to be reared and how to handle it. Many of our brothers now ending up with their children because many of our women, sometimes they have them and then after 5 or 6 years, they decide, I don't want to be no parent no more. And so they giving the child away to the father. And then sometimes the fathers are trying to get their children and you all have a very difficult time because the enemy don't want you to be able to do that, be involved with that.
Oh, by the way, Minnie Kaling docs Kamala
because they're so used to pretending that they're on our side. They're not on our side. The white woman is not on our side because we also think that she's nicer. It's better to deal with her. That's his mother. She's not on our side.
I was gonna ask.
That's his mama.
There is the idea floating around, guys. I know interracial dating for numerous reasons. So I'm not saying every black man with a white woman has a
Watch your
views a
mouth.
white woman as superior. I don't want to say that. I don't know if that's the case, so I won't say that publicly, right? But there is an idea circulating that white women are nicer than black women.
Damon,
Well, they are. Because they haven't
Kamala's
gone through
not
what
coming
we
out
have.
till tomorrow.
They
You'll
don't have
see
the
her
history we have.
clapping
Why
when
shouldn't
Tim
she
Walz
be nice?
is there, but she's not going to speak till tomorrow.
I remember one time I was in New Orleans doing a program, and we came out of this restaurant, and there was a white woman sitting on the curb, middle-aged white woman, and she was begging for change and everything. I said, I'm not giving you nothing. You a white woman. You got everything at your disposal that you could have in this country, and you sitting out here begging. And I told my party, don't give her nothing. I said, y'all just need to get up and go somewhere and clean yourself up and be white, and you'll get something going. All right. If not, if one of these stupid Negroes will get with you, but you got to clean up and do better than that.
Oh my God.
I say, but so she has certainly a better opportunity. Now, lower class white woman is not going to agree with that. She thinks she's having it as hard as black people. In fact, she thinks we the reason she having it hard. All right. But it's really not like that. That white privilege that they talk about is real. That's very real. And we practice a little of it with each other on the lighter skins and the darker skins. We ate every idea they fed us. We ate it. Even though it was all against self. They taught us to want that. And we still continuing to do that now. We have learned to practice the technology they practice. And so we have distrust of each other. You're going to trick me or I'm going to trick you. Just all kind of nonsense.
Everybody tricking.
That we cannot dig up out of it until we give them their God back. We can't do it. It's just impossible. You can't hold on to everything that they stand for and then say you're going to make a change, because everything that they stand for is designed to destroy us.
And using our standards based on their standards, I think is also
because they're not the same. They're not the same. Your nature's not the same as his.
Talk.
We keep pretending that they're human and have the natural feelings of sympathy and everything. They don't have none of that. It's not in them. You have it in you. Nobody never saved nobody but you. And you have been beat down so discouraged that it's very difficult. But I want you to know that you will be the winner. You are the original man. God didn't make everybody and then make you. He made you first, and everybody was modeled after you on some level. That's real talk. That ain't to soothe your ego. These are actual facts that if we could get our men to understand and accept, and I know it don't look like it now.
Whipped out
I know some of the guys in the gutter. I know some of them in prison. Some of them on drugs. Some of them out here acting ignorant. Some of them pretending to be a woman.
Obama.
But that does not change the foundation of who you are and who made you, who is on your side, and who will pay the enemy back for what he has done to us.
Talk your shit. All right, let me go here with 5 boroughs Obama talking about.
Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people.
Why is Negro every time he talks, he sound like he rapping?
Is a courageous leader. To Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people.
I didn't do that.
Kamala Harris is a courageous leader, a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our
Commercial break. Brother Torian, you said, is there a difference between an account and channel on Rumble? No, everybody that makes an account, you can do whatever you want on there. You could just comment or you could create content. It's all the same thing. All right, go back to 5 boroughs Obama.
By the rules. You deserve to earn a living wage. You deserve to have an affordable place to call home. You deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high quality, affordable health care and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach,
like y'all,
led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you know who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away.
Nigga, you sound like you have experience on that.
4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam. 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court
that y'all confirmed, so shut up.
Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block.
Roe v. Wade fell under Biden.
There's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that. We're not going back. Kamala Harris and House Democrats.
Dance, you Negro.
Will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower.
Then shut the fuck up in 2020. You sound dumb.
Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will.
She hasn't done it yet. She's gonna do it when she got power. Okay.
Between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions,
will she protect your neck?
Our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. The extreme MAGA Republicans want to divide us, but the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Together, let's build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. In the Old Testament, Book of Psalms.
Then shut the fuck up in 2020. You sound dumb.
That weeping may endure during the long night, but joy will come in the morning. Here's how we do it. Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to them on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday.
You know how long I've been waiting for this. I'm about to make a name for myself here.
set it off on Saturday, get a few hours of sleep, wake up the next day, and do it all over again until joy.
This nigga just recited Welcome to Atlanta.
Comes in the morning.
Oh my
There's
God.
only 76 days left. There are only 76 days left. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to show up. We must continue to stand up, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th president of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you.
We're all the way up.
God bless Kamala
That's how far
Harris.
back we've gone.
May God bless.
Then shut the fuck up in 2024. Yo, you sound dumb.
Oh, dumb. Oh my God, no. The Daughters of Confederacy, sure. They're gonna go for liberty and justice for all.
Yes. Let's go outside. Ruby is 2 years old.
Okay, we don't give a damn. Y'all having fun? Are y'all having fun? Listen, y'all can go vote for whoever you want. Just all I ask for y'all is live with your vote.
Get to work!
This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. This is all I'm seeing when anytime when they talk and they get crazy and start clapping and figuratively jacking each other off. Pause. That's all I see. Oh yeah, y'all didn't even hear Command Me talk yet. Come on. Hey, we still gotta hear old drunk Nancy Pelosi talk. I think Bill Clinton gonna talk tonight too. Come on, y'all cannot. Y'all got to sit here and y'all got to endure this with me. Okay. Come on, they bringing out all the Latinos tonight. Largest job growth in American history. Hey, y'all should have taken this out because y'all got outed last night and y'all got outed this morning. 818,000. 7, you stay right there, God damn it. You're on the East Coast with me. You stay right there. You ain't going no place. Wait, who coming up next? Bill Clinton?
The 42nd president of the United States, Bill Clinton.
Let's get to the show. Nigga, where is your saxophone? Come on. Hey, talk about some weed.
And why should I care? Yeah!
Oh, hell no. You got this whack ass song? Shut up. Come on, turn this song off. Come on, let's get to the show. Y'all got you got Let Me Whip It Out Willie. Come on now. Y'all got Whip It Out Willie on stage. Come on, let's get Why he look like Tom Willis after the weight loss?
After the last 2 days.
Oh Lord, he can't even talk.
Aren't you proud to be a Democrat?
No.
And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these
His
things
hands are
that
shaking.
even I have
This
to be
is elder
reminded of
abuse.
from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love
Monica's
seeing
living her
President
best
Biden.
life in Australia off his dime.
And I thought Hillary gave a great speech too. And I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me.
Let me see if this cameraman gonna find somebody in the
They
blue
look
dress.
better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden.
What's that?
Remember,
Me and him signed that crime bill.
he had an improbable turn.
That crime bill,
made him
right?
president.
What's that? What's that?
And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work.
No, he didn't.
And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine.
How did Afghanistan
trying
work?
desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East.
What about Afghanistan, sir? What about Syria?
And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And
That's not the first time it's happened. What are you talking about? Y'all making it seem like, man.
George Washington knew that, and he did it.
George
And
Washington
he
dead.
set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It
Are your
helped his
feelings
legacy,
hurt? Her words down.
And it will enhance Joe
girl,
Biden's
baby,
legacy.
girl. Oh, really?
And you,
Somebody go get this nigga
and
a
it's
porch
a
swing
stark
one time.
contrast to what goes on in the other party.
Shut up.
So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you.
One nation,
And
but joy cometh
Come
in the
on,
morning.
Joe!
We will get through this.
We gonna get through this together, y'all.
Together.
he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest.
I heard Steven Seagal say keep the
Now
faith,
let's cut to the chase.
but he was talking to Stranix.
I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations.
You're only 78.
And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night,
The more hit,
last night
hit.
in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And
He said his name wrong. His name is Walz,
Think
not
about
Waltz.
2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after
Hello,
all,
Jay,
started
you
in
sit down.
community courtrooms and classrooms.
Uh-huh.
2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done.
I'm here to tell you
Now,
right now.
One
we
of the
don't
things
care.
that I've
Let me tell
noticed
you, we don't care.
over my increasingly long life, that a presidential election is unique in several ways.
Yo,
First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly,
I know about 30
shut
minutes.
your face right now. The Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job. So, here's what I'm thinking. try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president
Hey,
bring
save
us
that
together
crypto
or
bullshit for
tear
another
us
day.
apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can?
Look,
We
we
the
just
people,
want the money. You
we have
guys,
to make a decision
you guys walk
about
away.
these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our
And folks, them white people lost their mind.
Here are our fears. Ease them. Here are our dreams. Help them come true.
And why should I care?
A president can answer that call.
What is it though? I don't see it anywhere. What is it?
But you have to help me. We have to work together.
Huh? What is it?
Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people.
You said what?
And the other guy who's proved even more than the first go around that he's about me, myself, and I.
Great Beyonce song.
Who cares? But yeah,
I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams.
And when she fails, she's gonna be like this here.
It was hard work, and I worked hard. My ass
When she was
bleeds.
young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, "How can I help you?" Now she's at the pinnacle of power and she's still asking, "How can I help you?"
Then shut the fuck up in 2024. You sound dumb.
I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's.
Wow, she was clean and articulate. Nah, she just went to McDonald's. Go ahead, black people.
Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art.
To say the least, shut up, bitch.
Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons, thank you.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers.
One of the reasons One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done.
And a lot of white folk have demonstrated eloquently that they don't have no sense.
I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes.
That woman look like Esther Rowe.
His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you,
the more
you,
hit,
you.
And hit, and four hit, and
So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to...
Then shut the fuck up in 2024. You sound dumb.
Crowd size.
So we're gonna remix the Obama joke now. Okay.
You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1.
Deflection! 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 Deflection!
I'm glad that we've got a championship winning coach on our team.
Who, Steve Kerr?
But even the most limited of us and what we know
all the
about
MAGA right
football,
now going on the internet to go look that up.
or any other sport,
The most research
knows
they've
that
done
if you're
in a year.
got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead.
And you're a dickhead.
What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more.
You said that it was, and you're just going to pretend that it wasn't over and over again. It's fucked
Affordable
up,
health
man.
care.
If you're not helping these people.
That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit. And are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices.
Watch.
We
Hey,
need
Craig,
more
you finna start
financing
singing.
for small businesses.
I was getting some,
We
getting
need
some.
still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face.
I'm here to tell you
Look,
right
you
now.
got to give him. He's a good
We
actor.
don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there, the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter? I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought about it, and I don't know what to say.
And why should I care? Yeah!
Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want
y'all
that.
control the media to do that.
And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead.
Bill Clinton ain't never imitated the black church.
And she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president.
No.
When I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz.
You fucking coons got me fucked
follow
up.
His record as a teacher, as a coach,
Shut up.
National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot.
And you're a
Who
crackhead.
had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school.
Listen, family, hold on. We got to give him grace. We got to give him grace. Look. You see, she got up. You saw that.
You fucking coons got me fucked up.
So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the
more
forces of
hit,
Congress have had to fight for 250 years.
Hit, and 4 hit, and
In the face of stiff and often violent opposition,
There was
we
a
have
joke
to
there, but I
find
missed
a
it.
way to go forward together.
Who cares?
Where we
got to give him grace, family. You know why we got to give him
make
grace?
our
He's still
union
hyped
more
up that he was an NBA Jam.
So that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids their whole life that were left out and left behind.
Oh, you mean throwing their parents in jail? All right.
Gangs trafficking across the border.
Mm-hmm.
She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world.
She don't know nothing about no foreign policy, though.
She's already said she's going to work really hard.
She ain't worked hard
to make
yet?
Sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty.
You got 3 years to do it.
He says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy.
Man, will you crash your plane already?
But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night.
Because he was clean, articulate.
Human, you know, they're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you
like being around
to
them white
talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate.
Quiero llorar, dude.
I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention, a man from hope. We need
Who is we?
Kamala Harris, the president
Who is we?
of Georgia, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
I wear the blood clot in my talk. What was that?
How about this energy in this room? And guys, I couldn't leave here without giving a shout out to the amazing delegation from my home state, Massachusetts. I love you, Massachusetts. Everyone is always hating on us, but they just don't get it. Go Sox! Go Jason Tatum! Ben Affleck, hang in there! Duncan Jones is the best coffee in the world!
Why should I care?
Our next speaker needs no introduction. She was the first woman to ever serve as Speaker of the House. Yes, you know what's coming. This woman was doing Brat before Brat was Brat. The mother of dragons. Please welcome Nancy Pelosi.
Are your feelings hurt?
Her words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Because Ben Affleck is getting a divorce from J-Lo.
Hello, California.
I bet you say that to every bottle of wine you got in your house.
Hello, Democrats. On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times.
Where?
And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe.
No.
And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades.
I'm sure you did.
Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose.
Yes. You know, recently we see the Vice President of America going into Africa to warn the African people that if them continue them habit of not accepting homosexuality and same-sex marriage, they're going to come down on them economically. In other words, they're going to hold back aid that is necessary to help the people them because of cultural differences. Now, culture is culture, and you can't go put your culture, just like we talk about religion and how religion come from culture. You can't go take your cultural expression as a religion and start to impose it upon people. And that was what the Christians did do over the years and the Arabs them do. Now you have this stick now about homosexuality, where you're going to use it as a stick over other culture. To say, if you don't accept this, this is what going to happen. We're going to starve you to death. And we realize a lot of the Africans there, they say, no, we are here. You can't come to Africa. Come tell us, say, we must accept something that we see it as outlawed and outlandish and crazy. And we really give thanks to the African, they must stand up for that. Because this is where the thing reach now. America is legitimizing certain things where we never say in history, in no culture in Africa. No culture in Africa. And if we go by cultural expression, we have to really use culture as a yardstick and understand culture as the ways of the people. Culture is the way of the people. So if you want to understand the people, you have to study them culture. And in Africa, homosexuality is not a cultural expression. It was brought there. It came there through what we call exposure to other cultures, just like Kentucky and Burger King. We get exposed to it. So right now, it's something that is almost like we can't do without it. Well, that is really what is taking place now. That America is imposing a culture on African people that dig deep into them soul. When you're trying to use aid to bribe people into your cultural expression and then claim, say, you're a free-loving country. That is not freedom-loving. That is imposing a culture on people that it's not in them heart. It's not in them belief system. And the more you lick against it to liberate African people with your madness, is the more African people going to brace against it. And then you're going to have some stalemate taking place. The African people, them, maybe a leader or two might come out and say, you might leave me here. But when you get right down to it, even in Jamaica, we see the government of Jamaica the other day lick out against an American diplomat because him have a husband and them claim say it is illegal in Jamaica. And we know it's lie them a tell. Because if you go up on the North Coast, a whole heap of same-sex marriage take place in the hotels. Me know that. If you go on the North Coast, a whole heap of same-sex marriage take place in hotels. And in order for that to happen, it have to be legitimized by the government. The papers that is signed and the papers that them have when them getting married is Jamaican papers. So the hypocrisy of that is it's just terrible. It's just terrible. So we have to say, in Jamaica, the people them not going to accept it. Yes, still because of the influx of American culture and American way of life. You find youth who now integrate themselves into this lifestyle and then get caught in it. While the majority of people is still saying, no way or here, just like the Africans them. We have to take a stock. We have to take a stock. We can't allow politicians and people who has been traumatized into a worldview that now sit at the American table and declare say anything America do is what all the other countries must bow to. It's not going to work that way there. Not going to work that way there. I heard.
Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important, that I am important and loved. I know she'll value others' perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
And most importantly, you're a baller. And as you'd say, let's win this thing.
Let's win this thing.
Please welcome nominee for U.S. Congress in California, Latifah Simon.
Hello, Democrats! My name is Latifah Simon, and I am running for Congress. And
Doesn't
I'm
sound like
here
Catwoman.
tonight to tell you all about the Kamala Harris that I know. I'm going to tell you. Was the district attorney.
I don't care.
Cisco, California. I was a teen mother.
Don't care. I don't care. What can I play that I ain't gonna get copyright on? What can we play? I don't want to hear this bullshit. You know what we'll do? Intermission. We'll let y'all speak. Y'all tell me how great this was. Some chick running for Congress. I could care less. California, y'all on the clock. Whatever district she in, go see her platform. If she with it, she with it. If she not, y'all gotta go. Yeah, y'all can. Look at her. She's struggling. Hey, I see that wristband. That must be for the drinks. What is this? We in trouble, fam. They bringing out all the coons outside. Retarded ass. What is we in trouble? All right. Nasty work.
Who cares? But yeah, I feel absolutely nothing for them.
Yes, sir.
This is all your fault.
I know. I'm a tether, remember?
I said I was going back between you and Rob with this, and like we they clowning over there too in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Even on mute, I can already tell that I'm like, this woman is probably yelling to the top of her lungs.
You gotta cycle out these coons.
I don't know who this woman is. They said she's
running for Congress for California. She's trying to go 3,000 miles to DC.
And her glasses are super thick.
They still can't see the bullshit. Well, you know what? You know what we do? The feta or whatever, Velveeta shells and cheese. We're gonna look up your platform. Let me see. Lafita. Oh shit, wrong one. Was it Latifah or was
Latifah?
It was Latifah. I thought I was bugging. Latifah Simon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. All right. Let's look at your.
William said he lives in Cali. You never heard of this woman.
Well, let's see. Meet Latifah. Endorsements. Get involved. Where is your platform? Where is your platform?
She discussed her mentor.
Meet Latifah. Okay, get involved. Let's see. Maybe it's on here. No. Endorsements. Who cares? Where is your... Maybe it's in here. Lifetime Fighting for Justice. Okay. Teen Mom. Okay. No. Okay, so you got to... Okay, but... Okay, so you did Back on Track. Okay. 2016, galvanized by the death of Austin Grant, Latifah ran and was elected to Bay Area Rapid Transit Board of Directors. So you couldn't do that in 2010. You wait till 2016. Say less. Emeryville with her youngest daughter. Okay. Single mom. Okay. Where is your platform, madam? I don't see. Okay. California, y'all on the clock. I don't see no platform.
And you won't see a platform.
Where is this platform? She's just talking about herself. What does she stand for?
It's a grandstanding event.
Look at this. Awards. I don't care. Where is this? Oh, Lord.
Oprah magazine.
Good evening, Miss Nessel.
Good evening, KG. Good evening, Torian.
Who is this smiling Negro? Oh, Lord. All right. I'm sorry, Miss Nessel. Go ahead.
No, what I was going to ask was, who was Great Value Alfre Woodard? That woman.
She's running for Congress out of the great state of California. Who is this?
What's her policy?
Ain't none. Also, none but awards. I don't care about your awards. What do you stand for? Who is this? Maybe this is Kamala's ex-boyfriend.
General of the United States. And please welcome former U.S. Associate Attorney General of the United States and the Vice President's brother-in-law, Tony West.
Oh, that's your sister's husband. I care less. Go ahead, Miss Nessel. I'm sorry.
What can I say? This is, I can't even put it into words. This is this. At least with the RNC, it was more entertaining. This.
you didn't like Stevie Wonder? I couldn't play it because,
No, just to see him there turned my stomach.
Oh, don't worry. Just hang back. John Legend still ain't go up there yet.
I won't be. I'll definitely tune that out. I can't stand John Legend's one note singing ass.
Talk your stuff.
Torian, did you see my comment in the chat?
You was out of line for that.
Who? What?
You was out of line.
Who? Kamala, the new Miss Jawbone?
I had to mute myself because I was laughing so hard. I woke my kid up. You out of line.
Was a lion though.
I ain't never said you was telling no lies. I just said you out of line.
No, that's what I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Nightfall said Kamala's sister married a black man. He's shocked. That Nightfall is shocked.
Yeah. Come on, she's the mixed up one in the family. Oops. Look at this. Will you look at that? You saw that, right?
The hat.
You saw that full outfit. Boy, Joel Patrick finna be pissed. Now watch. You know Terrence K. Williams right now on Amazon looking for this whole outfit.
Why does that look like? Is that's not Kenny Walden, is it?
That is Kenny Walden, brother. I was waiting for you to see that too. I was waiting.
He actually made it.
He actually made it.
Wow.
Kenny Walden.
Who that dude between the woman in the yellow?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's Kenny Walden.
He slithered his way up in there.
Yes, sir.
Oh, he paid somebody else to get in there.
No, he sucked off Kamala enough. He got his picture with her, and he all happy. So she got him. She got him in the group chat.
Mm.
You know what I said? I said when November the 5th comes, no matter what the outcome is going to be, I'm gonna be smiling from ear to ear like I'm the Joker.
Yes,
because either way, it doesn't matter. The whatever side gets what they get what they get.
Mm-hmm.
It don't affect. I said they not speaking directly to us. Whatever you got going on, hey, good luck and Godspeed.
Don't you just love it to be in an election cycle where you're not stressed about it?
And I'm not. I made up my mind months ago.
Yeah, I'm actually enjoying going in on some of the shows. I actually will be going in on both sides of them next week.
Yay.
Well, I tell you what, Black Alpha been cooking them for the past 2 months.
Mm-hmm. So we still got 70 something days. There's more cooking we got to do.
It needs to hurry up. We're not getting any younger.
Listen, but you got to understand. Let's get through the last 77 days, and then you get a whole year to yourself.
Well, here's the thing. No matter what the outcome is going to be, you know it's going to be a lot of pushback from either side, no matter who wins. Then that's going to be a whole nother cycle.
And then what do we famously say?
Who cares?
Right. Nightfall said, "Where's Sexy Red? She's trying to sell her new brand product of her coochie smelling lip gloss."
Are you for real?
That's serious.
Yeah.
And don't worry, y'all's favorite Ice Spice finna come out with some perfume.
Because she can't sell out any concerts, so she got to go to the next best thing.
That's the new pivot. All them rappers, they know they money broke. Nobody going to see their concerts. Nobody cares. So now they pivoting into business now. All right.
That's why when people keep saying that Black people be listening to Sexy Red like that, I said you wouldn't know that looking at her lack of concert ticket sales, and that's not the first time she wasn't able to sell tickets. This is like a repeated thing.
Ain't nobody.
Seven says where's Cardi B? Cardi B already told y'all. She already told y'all F both. She said F Trump and Biden.
Yeah, and she was online. People getting at her. She just cussing people online and yelling about people in Twitter Spaces. That's all she doing. Ain't nobody going to go see Cardi B either.
Right now, Cardi B got more business to handle at home with her husband.
Right.
Isn't she getting a divorce?
Third time. And she's
speaking of divorce, I just happened to be in the gym this morning, and on the news it said breaking news: J-Lo is filed for divorce from Ben Affleck. I said, what else is new?
Right.
The problem is her.
Oh yeah, she's the common denominator of all her relationships. Yeah, I remember there was a joke. It was a joke that Jamie Foxx had told about her years ago when they was talking about when she first appeared up on
In Living Color.
On In Living Color. And he said back then they said they didn't know her as J-Lo. They was like, hey ho.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But you think Cardi B gonna support Black women? All right.
Remember, this is the same woman that called Black women roaches.
Mm-hmm.
Dark-skinned Black women at that.
Yeah.
You know what I find truly moronic of these non-FBA women? They denigrate Black women, but do they not love the Black dick? Now, am I lying?
Of course.
Yeah. Look at who Cardi B married to. She married.
Who's this? Oh,
Don't
white
know.
woman. Okay.
Look who she married to.
Mm-hmm.
She married to Offset.
Mm.
Nigga can't keep it in his pants, pause, but he a great father. See, look, another Latino they bringing outside. What I tell you?
I had wrote in Rob Shed. I said this is south of the Borderian night.
Oh yeah, fight for freedom. This is all about the border. They normalizing it. It's all good. Hey, J-Lo's 5 years away from 60.
Yeah, but back on J-Lo, imagine you spun the block on a relationship that went sour years ago, and it went sour again, most likely because of you. So how many men is this?
6 or 7?
As far as public figures go,
Diddy, Chris Martin.
Ben Affleck twice.
She married some unknown background dancer.
Mark Anthony got the kids. The background dancer. So that's
don't forget. Didn't she date a baseball player back in the day?
A-Rod. So that's 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said about 6 or 7.
And she about to be 60.
That damn. Go ahead, Tori.
The only one that she ever really locked down to was Mark Anthony, because he was the only one. Well, wasn't he like the only one that was married to her? He was definitely the only one to give her children.
Mm-hmm. And then found out he was we'll be quiet. They all think they're white, Mr. J. They all think that. They're going to find out real quick. There go another one. They're going to find out. Yes, that she did date Wesley Snipes, so that's 8.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was after they did Money Train.
Mm-hmm.
She should have stayed. If she had stayed an extra 3 years, she'd have gotten in on that MCU money. But, Wesley like his Asian, so, bless that man. I don't even look at what the hell.
Who is this speaking?
She represents Nevada.
She looks like the actress from Serial Mom.
Oh God. What's her name? And I can see her face.
Serial Mom is such a good movie too. It's hilarious.
Kathleen, but I can't call her last name.
Kathleen Turner.
That's it.
If her hair was blonde, she would look just like her.
Now y'all know y'all out of line for this one.
Yep. There it is.
Y'all out of line. Hey, she's out. Hey, that was quick. Very good. Now get the hell off. Let me go hear Walz. I want to hear his bullshit.
Oh, Raymond said that J-Lo been married 4 times. I didn't know that. I only know the one.
Damn, J-Lo, so is you.
Yeah, she's the common denominator, just like Halle Berry is the common denominator of her relationships.
Who the hell is this?
Please welcome Pennsylvania Governor
Shapiro.
Josh Shapiro.
Oh, I can't.
The one that they initially wanted to be the VP.
Mm-hmm. That was the big name.
He'll have a cabinet seat if she wins.
In Philadelphia,
mm-hmm.
a band of patriots.
He's going to be on that stage in 28. Watch.
From a king, and set ourselves on a path of self-determination. Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris.
You said, when did who talk?
She has
Somebody said Westmore
her entire
talk.
career
When
making
did
come up? I don't think he came up yet.
a man with no guardrails,
wants to
He gonna be
take
on that
away
stage too in
our
28.
rights
Watch.
and our freedoms.
And you know, I think I don't know if I told you or not, but my aunt loves Westmore.
In the
Yeah,
blank
you told me that before.
what
Yeah.
he's offering isn't
Oh
freedom.
nah, he ain't
at
come
all.
up there yet. Nah, he ain't talk yet.
Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not.
Huh?
And
They
it's
If he in
not
my house, you
freedom
damn
to
right I'm gonna
tell
tell him
women what they
she
can do with
and
Is he
their
talking about?
and
Is he
can't
talking about
read.
Ron? Is he talking about Ron
Yeah, they
DeSantis?
going after Ron the Snowflake.
And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom.
Y'all are literally doing that.
That's what I was ready to say.
You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom.
Are you?
They are the party of real bullshit.
The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future.
You believe in them teacher unions.
Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safe.
What did I tell y'all? I told you they sound like conservatives.
That sounds like qualified immunity to me.
Thank you.
She loves start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants.
So
and live
y'all
a
talking
life
about Captain
of
Planet
purpose
now.
where
All right,
she
let's get
is
it.
respected for who she is.
My FBA was more better than this.
Oh my God.
Real freedom. Real freedom that comes
I told somebody
when
that on
she
Twitter
can
that
look
they
at
gonna fuck
Madam
around and
President
they gonna turn
know
MAGA into some
that this
conservative
is a
Democrat.
nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for.
Who's going to be on tomorrow?
Kamala and Tim's names.
They usually don't print it until the morning, but I could go look.
We got one more night of this shit.
It's our
She still ain't
future
talked yet.
freedoms
She's got to
that are
accept the
on line.
nomination.
And you have the power to shape the future of this country.
Just like tonight, Walz
Just
is
like
going to
our
accept his
ancestors,
nomination.
Our ancestors who
So-
fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat
Let's
in
see.
at lunch
Maybe they got.
counters.
Maybe
so
that's when
our
Beyonce
kids
will come
could
outside.
Stand up.
Maybe he'll play her in, not play her out.
Speaking of Beyonce, did you hear about what happened with Trump?
It's on us, my friends,
With
to
what?
organize in our
Apparently, Trump
communities
played freedom at
and
one
on
of
our
his
For You pages.
Oh Lord! Hey, he hit her.
Around
She hit him.
basic American
She might,
principles.
because I know she didn't give him no
value
permission to use
our
her song.
freedom.
Damn.
We cherish our
Oh, they have.
democracy.
Wait, they have night
and
4
we
already?
Love this
There's no way.
country.
Yeah, what?
No, I went on some website. They said they had night 4. I was like, how do you have night 4? But then it says
okay.
night 2 when I click it.
We love this country.
9-7. The KG just
Despite
put
our
that out there. They didn't say she
Hear
was
me on
coming.
this.
or
I
not.
want you to know I have
Who?
never been more hopeful
Beyonce.
because I see in all of you the
I wouldn't expect. I wouldn't expect anything less. If you're gonna send her flowers, talking about do a great job, hey, she let you use freedom. I think they're saving that.
I will say this: if she doesn't show up here, if Kamala wins, I could see her performing at one of the inauguration,
and you
much like
all
she did for
have
the
power.
Obamas.
So let's
Now,
use
black
that
people, are
power.
y'all gonna
Let's
get
do
rid
the
of her
hard
like
work
you did Chrisette
necessary
Michelle?
to win this
Show me
election
something.
and write the next chapter.
Probably
in
not.
Our American
Because the
story.
thing is, Beyonce's
So
star
are you
power was
ready
too big
to
to get
protect
for her
our
to
rights?
get rid of. Chrisette Michelle, Chrisette was easy to toss away.
And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
No,
not really. I'm voting for the couch though.
2 words that needs to be dropped from vocabulary: democracy and freedom.
Give us free.
Please welcome author, activist, and youngest presidential inaugural poet in American history,
Oh no.
Amanda Gorman.
Oh, I remember her.
When they said her name last night, oh Lord. They done brought her back outside. Y'all trying to hear this or what?
No.
We gather at this hollowed.
Oh Lord, man. Bruh. Woo! And we still got probably another hour and a half.
When they said author and poet, I already knew it was her before they even said her name.
Does it mean she looks more African than she did 3 years ago?
She looks like she got a glow up.
I guess.
In other words, she got some financial backing since 3 years ago.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it looks like they haven't dropped the list of who's going to be there tomorrow. So I guess they're going to keep that on the right. They're probably going to have all the big hitters outside.
I keep hearing Oprah.
Oh God.
I'm pretty sure it's Chicago.
Is she even there?
I'm sure she's in Chicago roaming around, or she'll probably fly in tonight. Oh, they said she's supposed to be here tonight.
Oprah?
Yeah, I'm looking on CNN.
She probably be
supposed to appear at the DNC on Wednesday night.
She probably be the closing speaker.
No, that's Tim Walz. He's closing.
Oh yeah.
She's probably going to introduce him.
Oprah the Ozempic.
Ozempic. You know what? Should I violate and go get her old theme song when she come on?
Yeah.
That that one.
No, the old one, the old one. The one that Carlton was dancing to that one time.
That is the one Carlton was dancing to.
I didn't recognize it the way you were saying it.
Oh.
Yeah, we gonna have to get that.
Still, Kevin Tree said, "This the copy and paste poet."
Yes.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, we got to play. We got to play this. I'm going.
Okay.
I've got to violate Oprah tonight. Look, she must have said something profound. She had them black girl eyes. Look. Man, get the hell out of here. You wasn't talking this powerful 3 years ago.
What was she saying 3 years ago?
Nothing. Remember Jason Black went in on her? He was like, what the hell are you talking about? And then when I got at her and I started showing her when what's her name, Lin-Manuel was she saw him, she started cheesing like a motherfucker. Yeah, and then she disappeared after 3 months because black women didn't care. Get the hell on. Go back to school, goddammit. Where is your boy? Show me that white boyfriend you got. I bet you got a white boyfriend.
So she traded she traded in her red book for a red folder.
Shit. Hey. Nah, because remember, Project 2035 got the book.
What is her name again?
Amanda Gorman. Where your boyfriend at? Show me this white man. Because we know. Mom, dad, some of these I don't care. Oh, she not giving away no details. So she either got a white man or she gay. Okay, whatever. Have fun. What the hell is this?
Oh, I thought they worked at Insomnia Cookies.
Shit.
Believe in having your own words and being able to do what you want to.
The freedom to raise our family in healthy communities.
I can turn to my partner, my husband,
and say I love you.
I love how y'all
with
keep
every
telling us there
being
ain't no
of my
freedom to do
soul.
none of this, but y'all been
Being
doing it for
able
3
to
years.
start a family when I want to, being able
Who the
to
fuck is telling you
support the
can't start a
missions that I want
family?
to go to the church that I want to.
What?
Everyone has the same opportunities, but the United States is, of anywhere I've ever been, just one place where you can accomplish more.
The big
and where's the
fantastic
complaint?
thing about
What are you
America
complaining
is
about?
that it is the land of opportunity. I know it sounds trite, but it's the truth.
So y'all ain't have no
I grew
opportunities
up
in the Trump?
with a single mom, and she really imbued in me these qualities that you just really have to care about your neighbors and your family and your friends.
I feel like the American dream is
Dusty
having
roads.
opportunities, having the opportunity to go to college if you want to, having the opportunity to get any job you can, no matter who you are or where you come from.
The American dream.
Y'all are out of line.
Family, I gotta say this. We're living in Sodom and Gomorrah right now.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact that they actually wheeled that man out there yesterday and he could not speak.
No, I thought that was night 1.
Oh, you're right. It is Wednesday.
Y'all are out of line. What are y'all doing? Stop. This is the 3rd disabled person they didn't put outside. What are y'all doing? And you know,
Shameless pandering.
and y'all know if the Republicans pulled that, y'all would have been going in on them. The fuck? 77 days.
Like I said, the couch is looking big. It's not even looking. It is.
Sex.
My couch is my winner.
I love the fact that they're not showing a full intact black family. That I love that shit. Even the black man with a husband, they didn't even show his husband. Ain't that a?
Because the husband's probably white.
Who gives a damn? You just show. Who cares? Might as well. Y'all don't like black men like that anyway. Who cares? Embarrass them. Let me see that white man. Jesus.
Sugary.
They brought all the Latinos outside to talk about all the opportunities they got because they came over here. But the first day they told black people go get these abortions.
I want y'all to understand.
Vasectomies.
I want y'all to understand this. What this video is showing right here is exactly who they are catering to.
Exactly.
This what you're seeing in this video, that's who they're catering to. The white family, the single mother, whether she's black, white, or otherwise, the minority quote unquote community, which is anything but black people. Like you said, there was not one black family up there. The person in the academy, it doesn't matter what their race is, but notice they showed the black man up there. He mentioned he had a husband, but you don't see the husband. Mm-hmm. So yeah, they're telling you, they're showing you right here in the disabled. They're showing you right here who they are catering to.
And the swirlers.
The interracial couple, of course.
And the swirlers. Like she talking about freedom to start your own family. You could go home. You could have went right after that and went to the bathroom at that photo shoot and started your family. Oh my God. Donald Trump stopped you from nutting in your wife. That's what she told us. Oh boy, must be nice. Maybe this is Oprah.
Please welcome Oprah Winfrey.
Oh God!
Hold it.
There's Oprah, the Mammy Supreme Winfrey.
Oh, we got to violate. Wait a minute, we got to violate.
TV, have a good show.
Thank you.
You had to violate. We had to violate. Look at them white women.
She's not there to give you a car.
Home again.
Go home. Your home is Baltimore.
After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire.
Ain't she like 80?
We're now
She's like in her 70s.
fired up. We can't wait to leave here and do something.
Why don't you do something about Boko Haram on time?
And what we're going
Why don't you do something in Mary Stedman?
Kamala Harris
Is he even around?
Or Mary Gail.
of the United
Throw us something.
States.
You know what? That might be kind of fire. If Gail come outside, hug her, and then she get on one knee. That might be kind of
Stay
fire.
positive says she falls down
You've been
again.
asked to speak on tonight's theme.
I remember
about
that.
what
And that was
matters
after
most
she
to
said that
me,
stuff about Michael Jackson,
you,
her so-called
and
friend.
all of
I said
us,
that was the spirit of
Americans.
Michael came and
Freedom.
knocked
Say,
you off
"Yee!"
your feet.
Shimon.
There are people who want you
Nigga
to
said
see
her
our
weave look better
country
than her.
as a nation of us against them. People who want to scare you, who want to rule you. People who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe.
Girl, stop.
That there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide
cry.
and then to conquer.
You know, the pieces
Conquer?
love them so
What is
Oprah.
conquer?
When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us.
Who is us, Oprah?
Who is we? In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis.
Do you say John
He
Lewis
said,
started
no
crying
matter
over
what
migrants?
ship our ancestors
found a way to- he
arrived
found a way to
on,
be there.
we are all in the same boat now.
Are we?
Congressman Lewis knew very well.
It's a round. It's a wrap for you, round. And a wrap for your round.
Because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires
Ongoing corporation.
commitment. It requires
It's an
being
establishment.
open to the
That too.
hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies.
Yo! Look at the coons.
I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and
She was about to say Chicago as a state. She called herself.
California,
She was about to say Chicago as a state.
and sweet home Chicago, Illinois. I have actually traveled this country from the Redwood Forest. Love those
Hey, Oprah, why don't you remind the
Gulf
people
Stream
of what
waters.
happened when you went to
I've
Paris?
seen racism and
Was it
sexism
Paris or-
and
no, it was
income
Italy.
inequality and division.
Are you sure? I
I've
thought it was
not only
Paris.
seen
No, it
it,
was Italy where
at
she got-
times
when it- when
I've
it
been
like,
on
who
the
the hell are you?
receiving
Like,
end of it.
buy a bag.
But more often than not,
Yeah.
what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say
you're
that
separating
I
conservatives away from
am an
MAGA.
American.
MAGA, y'all ain't shit.
What happened?
They are the best of
The same thing I
America.
said earlier.
And
before you
despite what
came in
some
here,
would
I said that watch tonight, they're gonna turn them conservatives into Democrats. And right now that she's talking, she's separating the conservatives away from MAGA. Whoever told them to do this needed a goddamn raise.
we just try to do the best.
Well,
we
I
can
have been,
to
we have
save
been
them.
said that they were
And if
two
the
different groups.
place
They
happens
they
to
operate
belong
in different
to
groups.
a childless cat
For the
lady,
election.
All right, KG, Torian, I'm dropping off. I'm going back into the chat. Y'all have a good evening.
You too.
well, we try to get that cat out too.
Okay.
And why should I care? We are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We
see
know
what
all
Cosmo
the
wrote in
old
the chat.
tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America.
I'm glad you said that, Oprah.
You bring him here, right here. Do you
Now,
hear me?
over the
Right here.
last couple
What?
of nights,
You heard what I said. Just
we've
do
all
it.
seen brave people walk onto
I'm
the
seeing you.
stage and
I got a
share
lot of
their most
questions.
private pain.
Who has to see you?
Amanda and
Oprah.
Josh, Caitlin,
Now,
Hadley.
now
They
you
told
know
us their
Oprah is
stories
not
of
coming down
rape
here to
and
deal with the
incest
quote unquote
and
lowborn.
near-death experiences from having
I'll just tell
the
I'm Jamaican.
state deny
You might
them
talk to me.
the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary.
But you're a
And
black
they
male
told us these
Jamaican.
things for one reason, and that is to
Oh,
keep
I
what
think
happened
Pecan
to
is a-
them
come wrong
from
with that.
happening to anybody else.
Tell
Because
her
if
you can
you
wear her
do
with.
not
Tell her
have
that she can wear your
autonomy
wig.
over this,
Over
over
Which one,
this,
though? The short one or the big one?
if you
The one
cannot
you had last
control
night, the
when
big
and how
curly
you
one.
Oh, the big sister
choose
girl wig.
to
Okay.
bring your children
I call
into
it the
this
Zsa
world
Zsa.
and how they
Oh,
are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear,
You mean
they
people calling
are
you
the
monkey
new
on your own
freedom
program?
fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight.
Who's that?
Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she
about to start crying.
She, like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four, they were called. They broke barriers and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon and very soon,
Y'all are serious?
soon and very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two
Notice she didn't say
idealistic,
black father.
energetic
Exactly.
immigrants,
Oh Lord.
And then she said
how
they're
this
immigrants.
child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States.
Maybe Demolition Man was onto something when he said President Schwarzenegger.
That is the best of America.
Is it though?
An immigrant becomes president. Ain't that something?
So much for that black woman
You
talk, because Oprah did not call her black.
Let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do.
I think she's been listening to me.
Wait a minute. Wait, KG, did she just wag her finger?
She did. She did.
And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership
to me.
And in life.
Yeah, she ain't talking to me.
And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back.
Who's we?
Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor. And let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything
Only joy
else,
I'm picking is
let us choose
singing
freedom.
happy,
Why?
happy, joy, joy.
Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you.
We got to play her out.
Thank you.
Boy, we in trouble.
Yeah. Oprah must think she's still on her show.
What the hell was that?
Not enough. That didn't even raise the hair on my arms.
This is my stunned face. She really thought she was talking to me. No, I don't think Tim Walz is next. I think they're gonna let John Legend perform first. Then they gonna let
Oh
him.
God, then I'm gonna have to drop off if John Legend come up.
Oh no, I'm putting that shit on mute. I ain't getting no copyright. I might go. You know what? Let me go look for a commercial break. Let me see. What can we play? Who good to play? Maybe Dr. Phil Valentine. Maybe I'll play one of that. Let me see. That's crazy. How is it?
Oh, that's Wes Moore.
Oh Lord, the Jamaican. Okay, let me see what he talking about.
That's your homie.
Who homie? Fuck this nigga.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, peanut.
I know my aunt son was sitting up right now,
On
missing
March
way
26th.
past her bedtime.
At 1:30 in the morning, a container ship, the length of
Oh,
3
he's talking about that bridge
football
collapse.
Mm-hmm.
slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore.
He said Baltimore.
And
He's
the
from
bridge
New
collapsed.
York.
A port that drives
New York said
13%
Baltimore.
of our
He said
state's
Baltimore.
economy was now closed.
He gonna be on that stage in 28, family.
Thousands of workers were
Is it run
hours
for
away
president?
from waking
Mhm.
up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders
Can we call him? Well, he from
who had been
Maryland. Can we call
on
him
the
DMV
bridge in the
Obama?
middle of the night fixing potholes.
We're at him. Hold
Lost
on,
their
because it's
lives.
not Baltimore. I know that much.
And one
Nah,
of the first
he governor,
phone calls
so
that I got
that count?
Yeah, governor
that
of
morning
Maryland. Well,
started with
Oh,
these
Well,
3
when
words.
he out in Tacoma Park,
Gov,
when he didn't
It's
pay his
Kamala.
water bill.
wow.
she said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way.
Yes, you're making Obama.
Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs.
We're really doing this.
I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan.
Okay.
And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united.
This
With the
nigga look like a
Almighty
whole
God's
Batman
grace,
villain.
we brought closure
Which
to the
one?
families of the 6
Westmore.
victims.
No,
And
which
while
villain?
many said it could take
When
11
the,
months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done
no,
in
no,
11
no.
weeks. Because
Commissioner Lowe.
that is the story of America. We are a
Fucking around
nation of
with Jim Gordon in
patriots
them all
who
day.
serve when the mission is hard
Mhm.
and who serve when the destination is uncertain.
Now tell me about Falcon.
And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor.
You sound like Grid.
And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who
You out
fixed
of line.
potholes
You do
on
look
a
like Charlie
bridge
Villanueva.
while we
You out of
slept.
line though.
Who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too.
Like your people.
Remember when I talked about how he was like it was some kind of program that was going on like with the Mexicans or something like that. Like they had some kind of business
It's a journey.
thing. And he was helping to he helped endorse that or push that, something like
by
that.
a remarkable
Ironically, now we see how he got most of the votes to become
felt
governor.
handcuffs on his wrist at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first black governor in the history of our state. It's the story. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well.
You mean the wrestler?
Right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now,
That's your brother?
Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake up until Election Day. 75 days and a
KG, you
wake
look
up
so enthused.
for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days and a wake up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain.
I don't know how you gonna do that 12 hours.
And we get to work.
I'm gonna fight in some old broadcasting.
75 days and a wake up.
It's gonna be a lot of coffee and a lot of energy drinks.
That those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve.
And some energy
and
bars.
75 days and a wake up to
We won't
elect a
even work
leader
on me.
who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and let's leave no one behind.
Get your ass off the stage.
That's your brethren.
That's an uptown Jamaican. My people come from the downtown.
Please welcome former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Booty Gauge. Look at Booty Gauge. Hey, before you start, you better say, hey, East Palestine, we're thinking about you.
Thank you.
You know what sucks? The Chicago Bulls ain't gonna go to the playoffs this year just because they had the DNC there.
Thank you, Chicago. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere.
They don't know how to roast.
Anywhere.
Yeah,
In service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause. Electing.
It's Timon
we're in a very good
from the
cause.
Lion
Listen
King.
to this. Huh?
It's Timon from the Lion King.
Yeah.
The black man can do when he's upset with his woman. So you can't just take that point.
Identify yourself and tell me if you believe it's an option that's viable.
Ellison Washington, senior writer at Essence Magazine. No one has the option to hit me in the mouth or anything else.
Why he look like Matumbo?
Suggesting that someone has an option to hit you in the mouth.
No.
Not
even
a right, not even anything. No one at all. One of 6 points that the black man could take in his address. Now, that doesn't mean that he has to take it, but I'd like to say the doc decided a point that there is this progression of black women.
Black men, my brothers, do not buy this book and think that you're going to use this as a blueprint for healing our nation.
Not doing
Talk to us. Don't read this book.
Black men are not doing that. I think most of the problem is that most of the sisters has not read the book.
Yeah, I think many have.
Yes.
I think many
My
have.
name is
It's
Saito
misguided.
Rande, and I like to say thank you for writing the book. And with my encounters, experiences with women, I have not found most of what you have depicted, but I don't pre-conclude that it does not exist. And what I would like to say to you is that we are all victims of white supremacy in some shape, form, or fashion. And somehow, as we move toward the 21st century, dealing with conspiracies of AIDS and all the types of devices that are out there, we have to have a forum where we come together and talk out our differences. And we're not going to be able to solve this in this 1 hour.
I believe that Shahrazad Ali specifically, if not exculpate, says enough of blaming whites. Let's deal with the problem ourselves. And I think in that sense, wait, stand up and tell me, and identify yourself and tell me why you're good.
Excuse me. My name's Calvin Gooding. I listen all the time about people talking about white folks have done this to us. This is what we do continually when we talk about what white folks have done to us. We empower them to continue to control our situation. What we have to cease doing is empowering them and saying, we will have self-determination. That is, in any forum. And let me say this. I don't
Is that Waldo?
But if
leave that man
intention
alone.
was to create a forum where we could talk about our differences, I salute you. Okay? All right. Hold it.
Yes, my name is Gloria Doolin Wilson, and I'm the statewide coordinator for the New York State African American Political Action Committee. I would like to say, first of all,
that's a hell of a
women
name.
have to be complementary to each other. There cannot be this kind of antagonism that you've engendered as a result of your book. I have to compliment your publicist for getting this out here because it's the biggest publicist.
I'm my publicist.
Well, then congratulations, my dear, because you have perpetrated a wonderful hoax, but you have gotten us to talk.
They gonna get me right in the front row again.
To educate your mind and deal with black familyhood, can get the book by Hakeem Madhubuti. Black men often single and dangerous, and read it and apply it. This woman has no solution. She has no solution, but she has antagonism, and that's why we're here.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Jose. I think one of the problems that's not being dealt with is a lot of personal venting. All right. That when we understand relationships grow out of families. The structure of the black family has changed. All right. One of the positive things about the book, if there are any positive things, is that the book opened up a forum. Because you have to understand too, how can someone write a book, self-published, and not promoted by any or major publishing company in New York, right? And made such a social impact that the educated class has not been able to do.
Abiola, tell us how she has managed to do it. How has she managed to make this a platinum bestseller on her own?
Well, it's when she attacks the least able to defend themselves, that is the black woman. When she attacks the bottom rung of the bottom rung of society and labels them as the scourge of humanity, of course that's going to cause a controversy. And any controversy is food for the media. As a media critic, I'm very much aware that anything that creates a stir, a flurry, a controversy is food for the media.
But Playthel, there are other controversies out there created.
It can be explained simply by the same explanation as to why soap operas are more popular than Shakespeare. Now, let me just say one other thing about books, okay? And what the explanation for that is that it doesn't require much intellectual engagement to watch a soap opera. But to watch Shakespeare, you've got to bring something to it. You've got to be reasonably literate. Now,
this is a soap opera.
About books, let me just say this. She made the comment earlier that this is the first book that's dealt with the experience of black women in America. That comment, hold on a minute, that comment in and of itself shows an astonishing ignorance of the literature on black studies in this country. For instance, if you all want to read a real book that will teach you something about the heroism, the greatness, the true role of black women, read Paula Giddings' book, Where and When I Entered. Read Margaret Walker, read Dr. Margaret Walker, who for 30 years, if you want to see,
they cut your mic, sir.
They cut him off.
They cut them off.
Remember that we've never had a book that all of the people agree with, the Bible, the Torah, the Quran. You take what you can use and you reject the rest. But this book talks about our collective contribution. Do not forget that. This is not all of us, but this is all of us sometime on some level.
Okay.
There's no point in going into denial.
It's amazing how much knowledge in that book, but they got so offended.
And
with
I
the
am
part
the founder
about
of the
poverty.
Red
They go, you big
First, I
homie.
want to say to your producer,
Who's that?
if you are afraid of the black man reading this book, it's because you're afraid of losing your position.
Give her a chance to respond.
I know what happened.
Give her a chance to respond, please.
I don't agree with you at all.
What it is, the black woman is in the wrong position. The black man has to come back to the head of the family.
That just shows you how he's been for years.
The black family, the black community. We're not taking anything away from you.
What we're doing is, at Bond, we are understanding that because of that wrong position, the black woman is not able to handle that position. And that's why she's out of order. That's why she's so crazy.
My name is Queen Esther, and I'm from the Heal Thyself in Brooklyn about healing the nation. Right now, we're in emergency. We don't have time to fight with our family. We have to build a nation, love each other, and start building. We don't have time for hitting our family. We have to come to one unity right now. All we have time to do is love and build in the truth. We're in emergency.
Which happened is the 80s. This was on 1990.
It's the 80s?
Oh, this was 1990.
First of all, the black woman must realize that as the black nation, we were the first people on the planet and the first people to establish family life and our roles in the family structure. What we live today is totally alien to what we originally established as our roles.
Is your point that the man has to be on top, the woman on bottom?
Well, I heard women say that they can raise a family alone. If you can raise a family, if a woman can raise a family alone, then she has had the opportunity and has the opportunity today to correct the problem of the man and her male children. But she has been unsuccessful and will continue to be unsuccessful until she gets the problem in her mind.
Stand please. Over here. Identify yourself. Hurry.
My name is Dr. LaFrancis Rogers Rose, and I teach African American Studies, and I've been teaching a course on the Black family for the last 15 years. And I would like the author to know that I have a book on strategies for resolving conflict in Black male-female relationships that's been out since 1985.
And she bought
One
a
of the
book
things
too.
that I think is a problem is that we have to be analytical about what we do, and we have to be value-free about what we do. One of the problems with the book, with your book, is that there's a lot of sweeping generalizations, a lot of stereotypes. And stereotypes are half-truths. And half-truths is what has put us in the position that we're in now about our relationships.
Hold it right there. Go to Sherazad. Wait, no, I have to get a response. Sherazad, is it not true that your book does indeed contain what the previous speaker characterized as sweeping stereotypes?
No, I don't think so. Absolutely. See, we're talking about a condition. We are talking about a condition of our people where we have been programmed with the wrong ideas. So all of us are doing many of the same things. And we're talking about a situation where our man has been judged on the wrong standards.
Okay, go.
You're asking the wrong people about this.
That's
the right
right.
people to ask are not employed. They're in the armory. You need to ask the masses of black men who are unemployed in Bedford Avenue Armory in 120.
Your point being?
Our point being that the black man pardon me? The black man is in the armory. He is unemployed. You are an exception to the rule about this book. He is the criteria of judgment, not you.
Stand up, please. Excuse me.
My name is Yanla Van Zandt, and I am a Yoruba
Look at what it is.
and a cultural
Hey, your big homie's on TV.
Oh, God. Go back to the commercial break.
and anti.
I'm not playing it.
Look at Ayana.
Have said that our key to our growth is love. This book contains no love. It doesn't encourage love. It doesn't support love. And it dismisses the most loving force on this earth, the African woman.
Take a break.
Look at Shahrazad Ali. She just kind of like looked away from her like, okay, you done?
Controversial book being examined.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Ms. Halib for writing this great book. And I also like to say that the black...
What's great about it?
The greatness of it is it exposes the feeling of the black man. And ironically, it was written by a woman. And I also like to say that it's like the black woman is stepping on our bunion. And because we say our feet hurt, she's running around talking about, no, your feet don't hurt. I'm telling you that this is how the black man and the majority of the real black man feel. And God...
Hold it.
They all mad. Look.
Basically, she got off cold.
Black
Is what
women
they're
are
saying.
responsible for the condition of black men.
I feel the first person that ever slapped me in my face was my mother.
But is that different in any other culture?
No, well, see, I don't know about other cultures, Geraldo, with all due respect, but all I'm saying is that this is how we feel, and this is exactly the pain that we feel. It's not that we won't love the black woman. We just want them to know that this is how we feel, and it's not about we're going to alienate ourselves.
Do you date white women?
I have dated white women. I've dated white women. I've dated all sorts of women.
Now he got the crowd to turn against him.
Listen, I have dated.
You dated all types of brother.
Sometimes we actually force to date other women because of that situation.
You were forced?
Why does that sound like the manosphere of today? Like he put a lot of
I'd like
talking
to,
points
as
into
the
one
only woman
body
here,
back
say
in
thank you,
1990.
Shahrazad Ali, for writing this book. I'd also like to ask this audience to please calm down. Let's have some dignity. White America is watching. I'd also like to say this. Shahrazad Ali turned around and said that if the woman's out of this gapping hole comes all of this stuff. Well, Orientals say the ruination of man comes from his mouth and wisdom comes from his heart. Only Shahrazad said it in a colloquial way for black men to understand. Thank you for being the catalyst that we need.
I got a question for you. Quote from the book. Quote from the book. To the black man, the black woman's problems represent a challenge and a responsibility. The challenge is to subdue her and put her in her rightful place. End quote. The book. You agree with that statement?
Not only do I understand the context. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Not only do I'm going to tell you, I'm not afraid of any of y'all. Not only do I understand the premise, the question, I agree. But you have to understand the relationships between us.
Would you like your man to hit you in that hole?
I would never put him in the position to hit me.
And that's what you saw what Geraldo was doing. He was gaslighting her, and she wasn't giving him what he wanted.
When we
But
first
she
started
definitely
the
gave him
show,
that.
Ms. Ali said that the black woman had benefits that the black man hadn't had. I want to know what those benefits are.
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
They were about to go off on her.
I didn't hear the question.
What were the benefits? What were the so-called benefits the black woman has had that the black man has not?
The black woman's fault that the black man cannot get a job.
Well, let me explain.
Quiet, please. Black woman's fault that the black man cannot get a job.
Okay, first of all.
Quiet, please.
Okay.
Damn,
okay.
She was going off. She said, I don't need a man. She said, I don't need a man.
What did she say when they just say, yo, white America?
What did she say? I didn't catch it.
She was, but she's the same when they said white America watching. Let's have some decorum, and you just went off.
Just went off, right?
Please. Okay.
Okay.
She's like, okay. She felt that in her spirit. She had to say that with her whole chest. No, she had to lean in when she said that.
Facts.
Okay.
She got the audience member of the
I
day.
don't care. Look at that.
I want to answer the question. However, if we look at the situation of just what this book has done for literacy in the black community, the other thing is that if in any relationship when there's a breakdown, it's the responsibility of the man and the woman. So if you black women say you are not 50% responsible, what percentage do you accept and how does that behavior manifest?
It wasn't like that, but it was from the.
Huh? What'd you say?
No, what I was saying was when she wrote, because this was a second part, because this wasn't even the first part of the book. The first one was about geared towards the men, but the men didn't go off the way the women did when it was written about them.
Right.
They literally told on themselves when they did that.
That's some confusion. God didn't make the white man, the white woman, the black woman, and then the black man. He made the black man first, and all of the other nationalities came from him. So that's impossible, brother. What you talking about, the mother world and all of the mother God and all of that? That's no such
You rewind that part.
This book is very true, and black people know. Black people know that this book is true, but what it is,
young black man
we are embarrassed by it, and we need to go beyond the embarrassment of it to deal with it.
Yes, sir. I want to represent a young black male in America that read the book. The book seems to be positive to me because it gives me a look into building a relationship with a female that'll help. Yeah. It gives a peek into some of the things that her mother has taught her that I'm not around. Some things I can see a negative in her makeup.
I want to thank you for writing the book, and I would say that most of the people who are opposed to this book have not read it. If you read it and you understand us, if you understand our history, where we came from, and where we have to go, then you appreciate this book.
Stand.
Sally, you said
Go quick.
You said that the black woman's intelligence is smaller, or her mind is smaller than the black man's, but yet you are a black woman and you're writing a book telling them about themselves and telling us about ourselves.
That's all right. I'm a black woman. Well, wait a minute. Let me respond. What we have is a situation where I'm not working for me. I'm building all of these black people's career. If it wasn't for my book, wouldn't nobody know who none of these people were.
She said, now you go ahead and you try to jumpstart someone else. That you won't.
I want to go back to Shahrazad for the final statement. Go. Quick.
Yeah, I've read the book, and I think the book is 1,000% correct. I want to thank Sister Shahrazad.
I think the book is totally incorrect. I think the book is just a manifestation of black men who need to take the place of the oppressor and trying to... I
disagree.
I totally disagree because the idea of oppressing other people is not...
Salathiel, quick. Don't you think that this book should have been written by a black man if these statements were going to be made?
I believe that the point of view is from the black man's point of view. You understand what I'm saying? That
no, nigga, I don't care. I don't care.
Called The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black.
Man, she traveled with this.
Shahrazad says she wrote
the
the book.
week, brother. I'm sure that was a hell of a week.
See, the thing is, he said this was in 1990, right?
Yeah, that's when the book came out.
You see, I was still
in
in
came out like
diapers.
89, but you know.
Okay, it came out the year I was born.
Right. But this is when she started doing the tour.
Yeah, she was everywhere.
That whole week, and she was just in New York, just going in.
If they ever do a movie about this whole segment is going to be hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Book because the black woman is completely out of control. She feels that black women need advice on how to handle their black men. And here's what she writes about the black woman. Quote, if she ignores the authority and superiority of the black man, there's a penalty. It's time for the black man to soundly slap her in the mouth. And quote,
focus on that.
She goes on to write about the black woman, quote, her brain is smaller than the black man. Her thought processes don't compare to the conscious black man's. Shahrazad, you have created an enormous stir with this book. It also says, read it before she does. What the heck are you doing with this idea? What's going on?
Well, the book has caused a reaction of pain, frustration, and confusion.
Yes.
But that's what most of us as black women started with. And so what I'm trying to do is to provide some new information to the black man that will allow him to understand us better. We've never been examined.
But what does the black man not know about?
Huh?
You see what Stay Positive wrote in the chat.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That's
They said done before they finished the first chapter.
Man, fuck this.
About the black woman.
Oh, all sorts of things. He doesn't know what usually motivates us, why we behave the way that we do, where do we get our value system from. There's a lot of information that he doesn't know about us that we have kept from him so that we could control him.
So these are secrets.
Yes.
Now, you described
is. I
three
said
types of black women. Would you help us with that?
Well, it's like small, medium, and large, except I say lower grade, average, and high class.
You say the low life has teeth missing. What else?
Well, now, first of all, this is not a joke. This is a very serious issue that we have here.
Okay.
Okay. The condition of the relationship affairs between the black man and the black woman here in this country is in a very serious situation. This is a very sensitive issue, and many of us have reacted very emotionally to it. The fact that 99% of the black men who read my book say that it is the truth has to be considered. What it proves is that we have a problem with definition and interpretation, because we see ourselves as one way and they see us as I describe in my book, which is not always very good.
Well, I think you better clue us in on how they see us. So,
well, we have a situation where we as black women have been insulated in this society. No one would ever dare attack or insult or even examine a black woman. We have been above reproach because we were given some information about 30, 35 years ago that was actually, I think, designed to be a compliment. But what it eventually did was to separate us from our man. And that information was that we were the backbone of the black nation. Now, that implied that our own black man don't have no backbone and that his women have to represent him as the strength. When, as you know, in your culture, the white male is the dominant, and he is always recognized as the most powerful. And actually, since the black man was the first man recorded on earth, he has a very strong backbone. He has the strongest backbone, and he is holding up all of the other nationalities that came after him. So I think if we get that straight and stop trying to hold on to a false reputation that we are the backbone of our nation, that then our families will start to get along better.
Do you think, though, that the black man... Do you think that the black man really thinks these things about the black woman? Even in the high class, you wrote, she's a rat who behaves like a dog while purring like a cat. Do you think most black men think that?
I give a lot of other information. A lot of the information in my book, he never considered thinking before I wrote it and put it into print. The information is the truth. And what I'm trying to do is to let black men know and give them the information of the missing link. This is the only information that they have not had. They have not had the truth about us as black women.
But your truth, Scheherazade, is you've described black women as materialistic, alcoholic, drug-using, loud. Lying is a practice all black women participate in. She buys hot clothes. She shoplifts in order to have a particular item. And the men need to control their women.
That's true, and add on to that, that most of us as black women have our black men bullied, which is why we could find so few to come on the show with me today. Even if they agree with the book in private, many of them have apprehensions about coming public and saying, yes, this is true, for fear of the reprisals and the emotional upset in their homes. And so we got our man bullied. And what I'm trying to do is to give him the information so he'll know what he's dealing with, and then he won't be afraid of us.
But what he's dealing with does not sound very nice or positive.
No, it's not nice. Now, one of the reasons it's not nice is because the white female has been the only mentor that most of us have had. The only women we've had to look at every day of our life on television, newspapers, magazines, and movies has been the white woman. It has only been recently that we have started seeing pictures of ourselves that we could emulate. And so consequently, we have a tendency to try to get along with the black man in the same way that the white woman get along with the white man, except it don't work on the brothers because they have a completely different nature.
What's their different nature?
Well, they have a different motivation. They have different psychological needs. They have different desires. They look different. They have different ideas, different reactions to things, different wardrobe, different music. You know, we could go on and on with that.
But you say that the black man should know he can't trust the black woman.
Well, we can't be trusted until we get the right idea. And the right idea is for us to be in the proper place with our man. See, a family. Let's look at a family. A family is like a nation, and every nation must have a government. And at the head of that government, you have to have one head. And I'm saying that it must be the black man.
Talk your stuff.
So say black women can't be trusted in the presence of strange women, of strange men for very long, meaning that if they see a man, they're going to take off with him.
Well, familiarity doesn't just breed contempt. It can sometimes breed desire.
But that means the black woman has loose morals.
Well, we learn them.
What makes you the authority? Where'd you get all your information from?
I got it from studying my people. Now, I really don't think that this is the right thing to do for the first questioner to be a white female. I think we need to get a sister somebody who might understand more about what I'm saying.
I knew she was going to
Well,
pop
I
over.
sort of,
we have one. Let's go.
Scheherazade, I apologize. I'm kind of colorblind. I just go to whoever had the hand.
Well, I didn't get up here basically because I'm a black sister. I'm a black woman.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not, none of the things that you say. I work. I'm not a thief.
Well,
I don't steal.
Well, let
I'm
me
not
explain
a liar.
something.
And I still have all my teeth.
A lot of...
Ever heard of it? If it don't fly, let it fly.
A lot, Sally, now, of what we generally use and how I'm introduced with the book is sometimes taken a bit out of context. What I'm saying, I have not said that black women are the total cause of all of the problems of the black man and in the black community. What I'm saying is that we are 50% responsible for all the problems in our community. We have never accepted responsibility for any of it. I'm saying that the black man is 50% responsible and the black woman is 50% responsible and the white power structure is 100% responsible.
With all due respect, Scheherazade, this book lifted, not out of context, but every quote from your book as you wrote it doesn't have very much negative about the black man and nothing positive about the black woman.
Well, we've always had books that gave our positive side. We are very strong women. What I'm trying to do is to remind us that we are using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it against our man instead of for him. And as a result of that, we're not able to be with him. And we have went for some ideas that are not our own. And we have tried to incorporate those in our relationships. And we're breaking up and our children are out of hand and out of order. And I'm saying that until we get our family structure back intact, that we're not going to be able to produce a successful generation of black people.
But to write a whole book condemning the black woman.
I would like to know who raised you and how they raised you. And did you listen to what she had to say?
The book is not autobiography, so it's no point in me trying to explain that. The book is about us.
I like to say, well, I've read the book, referring to a comment a sister made over here, and I have a girlfriend, and she doesn't exemplify all the attributes that she mentioned in the book, but the book clearly states all women don't have that. But, you know, the guilty speak the loudest.
They all got married in the
hit dog holler.
This is going to pertain to you and him at this point. The guilty does not speak the loudest in this case, simply because you're sitting there believing everything that you wrote. He obviously believes it too. Not too many of us here believe it. And since she asked you a question and you didn't want a white woman to be the first one to answer it, I want to ask it to you. Where did you get your knowledge from? I mean, we all read the Bible. Who taught you this? And what gives you the right to tell us all that we are no good, that we are all these things, rats, bats, whatever you're writing about us in your book, which believe me, I will never read. I have a husband, I have children. We live together, we do our thing together. I don't have to bow down to him and I don't have to walk behind him and
I'm
not suggesting that we do that. Well, you're saying we are 50% wrong. That's right. They are 50% wrong too in that case. So we need a mutual understanding. We don't need to become slaves to them.
Well, we can't get any understanding until we accept our share of the responsibility. The black man has always been picked up by everyone and talked about why he's wrong, what he's doing that's not correct, and how he has left us and mismanaged his family, but we've never examined why he has left us. He's left us because we are too hard to get along with.
Say something.
Next.
You're talking real big.
All she can do is roll her eyes.
We have a black woman who says, Scheherazade, you're a disgrace. We'll be right back.
All she can do is roll her eyes and take her seat. That means you were probably one of the people she's talking about in that book.
Mm-hmm.
Upset women. I think it's fair to say the book has something, not a lot, but something negative to say about black men. Quote, It is rare to find an adult black man who doesn't have a lengthy history of being with other women. He may have anywhere from 10 upwards to 500 women in his lifetime. Is it impossible for a black man to be monogamous? Well, Ashiel ben Israel says it is. He has 3 wives, 11 children. He says he just has to have more than one woman in his life to make him happy.
Okay.
This is Sharp James. He says he's insulted by this because he is happily married to one woman. By the way, Mr. James, Sharp James, is the mayor of one of the largest cities in the United States, Newark, New Jersey.
What happened?
Have you seen this before?
Of course.
Oh, yeah, see, this is new to me.
Oh, yeah. Remember when you said earlier you're going to see a lot of legends on here?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one right there, Mr. Sharp James. And it's funny that he's talking about that he married with one wife and then he divorced her years later. Fun times.
We'll start with Ashiel. 3 wives? Isn't one enough?
I think we need to put this in the historical context. We're not talking about playing with the lives of black women or black men. We're looking at a critical point in the development and the evolution of our people. As the 60s exploded, and we were subjected as a people across this country as non-human, we then began to look back to our historical roots. We realized that black men, as it emerges now, Governor of Virginia is now being accused of having a woman. We're looking now and we're talking about Julian Bond and his marriage broke up. We're talking about black men across this country. Jesse Jackson, every time he runs, someone accuses him of having outside relationships. We looked and saw that Adam Clayton Powell right here in New York City was drummed out of Congress because of supposedly an external affair. But we're now looking at homosexuality is acceptable. But when a man who says he loves and respects women, black women particularly, is then denigrated for suggesting that he...
That's crazy. He said that in 1990. It is 2024 because that rings true today. That is crazy. It's like nothing really has changed.
Mm-hmm. That's why they're scared the younger generation find videos like this.
Wow, that's wild.
Mm-hmm. All that progress we made, right? They never put Shahrazad's book in a bookstore unless it was black owned.
Yeah.
They know how you put in Barnes and Noble. That should be on New York Times bestseller list.
Just like the ISIS papers.
Mm-hmm.
I call that the Black Bible for a reason.
Yes, sir.
That nearly sank my family.
We're definitely going to.
And
we made sure
he has to support, love, and nurture that's something to play with. We were raised in America in an Eurocentric approach to life. That's not our nature.
I don't quite understand.
Listen to me.
No, but wait. I want to stop you on this one point.
Let me complete this sentence. Okay. So a society that superimposed its ideas and its values on African men now judges as immoral. When you go back to the history of black men, you will find out that they did not say that prostitution was the oldest institution in the world. That came out of Europe. Black men loved and brought women into their families. And that's what we've gone back to do.
So it is the black... Okay, it is the black man's heritage then to have multiple wives, and if he didn't follow the European way of doing things, he would follow the African way of doing things. Let me ask the mayor, because I think that's what you said.
I want to let the mayor know what the situation is in the state of New Jersey.
Uh-oh.
In the northeastern, in New Jersey.
He pulled out the paperwork.
Disparity in marriageable males and females are staggering. For example, in New Jersey, there are 24 males to every 100 females. And in Pennsylvania, there are only 24 men to every 100 women.
Sally,
let me let the mayor talk.
That's not the issue in this book.
No.
If 3 women want to be his wife and he respects them and whatever, and if Shahrazad want to have a man that slaps her in the mouth, that's fine. But when she writes a book that's too young and fresh, see, I don't have the problem. I'm a matriarch. I'm 45.
What we
Nobody's going to hit me in the mouth. But young women out here,
talking about in the book.
Young women out here are going to think that's the way you are, out of control.
Will you believe that I am addressing myself to his honor? Sir,
I'm an Afro-American born here in America, and I believe I'm opposed to a polygamy. And I believe one man, one woman can live together and be happy. If you get married and you take the vows, then you ought to accept those standards, so don't get married. But I wanted to say that the whole question here is that I believe that the black woman is not out of control, not outrageous. And I believe that the progress we've made has been on the backs of black women in our society. But I agree with many statements of the author in the book, but I think they're not peculiar to black women. You talk about low-level people, you talk about mainstream, you talk about high class. It fits white women,
Well, I'm
black
concerned
women,
about us.
and others too.
I'm talking about us. I'm talking about us. Wait a minute.
Excuse me.
About us.
Right.
Excuse me.
Now,
I just want
your political affiliation, but are you telling me you sitting here on national television and telling me you ain't having one woman in the last 30 years?
That is correct.
That's a lie, brother. That's not
Excuse
the
me.
truth. That's just not the truth. That's just not the truth. I'm out of control. That's just not the truth.
And she says I'm out of control.
Hello.
And it's not woman doesn't know this man. That's not representative of black men in this country.
Let me say this.
Charles Ali clocked him right there on that stage.
The danger
I just want to make a
of the
comment.
entire discussion is to make generalization and then blame
that's
everyone
just not the truth.
that
You are
fits
not
the
representative
generalization.
then of the 99% of the black men who read my book who say that it's absolutely true. We need to talk to the brothers. Certainly the women are going to say it's not true.
Then allow me to be the 1% that do not agree or live that lifestyle.
Wait.
The only reason, go ahead. The only reason we got the reputation of being the backbone of the black nation.
Let me give
this
this man. First of all, he's not under discussion, and that was really an unfair question. However, if he says what he, well, he didn't call her a prostitute.
No, she said he's been married one time, and she says he's a lie. I mean, he's been with one woman.
Right
you
down
ain't had no man at all.
I just wanted to. I just wanted to say to you. I just wanted to know if you have any kids, right? And I want to make. You have 12 children. Okay. And I just want to make a comment to you also. I want to make a comment. With all this negativity, you talk about the black man, the black woman. That's exactly why they say us black people cannot get together in unity. That's exactly why. Because you talk about all these things about the black man hitting on the women. That's what a lot of abuse.
That book has 18 chapters.
I'm listening.
That's not all it says.
The
way to avoid that is not that.
Yeah, that's the thing. They keep focusing on that one
back
part.
to me and she's not doing
No,
But the thing is that they read the whole book, then they will most likely agree rather than disagree with what they're saying.
As a black man who is politically as well as spiritually conscious, when this book is read in the context in which Shahrazad is writing it, we are not beastly men that hate black women.
That's right.
We are talking about a system of evolving to a point where African Americans and African men now have to sit as responsible beings. And if you lay out a structure, no man is about to destroy and be the very instrument that brings life into the world, that nurtures his wife. She's not talking about that. I did not get the feeling that if I read the book, it was a license for me to disrespect.
That's right.
black
I
women.
say don't there are many guys.
Excuse me.
But there are many guys out there that's not.
All right, we're not going to get anybody's attention. All right, I've got to come on with me. Can you? Oh, I'm squeezing you. All right, come on around. We'll bring you. We got to get you to talk in simple one-sentence things here. I know, but television is, sir. Having nothing, no disrespect.
Don't you bring her all the way to the other side?
And nobody's gonna hit her anymore.
Hi, I have a question for you. I have to assume that the underlying reason why you wrote the book is to keep the black family together. And I just want to know how do you propose to do that if the book is telling the black man it's okay to beat on the black woman?
It's not telling him that in that way. There are a lot of other things. What the book provides, you're young, and this is important that you hear this, is a negative pattern of behaviors that we as black women have practiced in our homes that have separated us from our men. Now, here today,
34 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and nothing has changed. This was before social media.
Bro, Shahrazad probably would have broke social media with this book if he put it out today.
Definitely.
Damn, and it sucks that they're still on there.
And all it has done is literally evolve into not evolve, because evolve means you move past. It's gotten better. It got worse.
Mm-hmm. I know she just sitting back, just laughing.
Yeah, she's still very much active today. And the thing is, people still talk to her today about that book,
Mm-hmm.
to the point where people forgot she even wrote one before that about the men.
Mm. Mm.
We have had a perfect example. I'm sitting here trying to represent dignity, self-control, and cooperation, and then we have a woman sitting here who is representing the opposite. So we need to ask the black man, which woman would he choose, me or her? Right.
I have had a husband who I'm divorced from, who says that he cannot remember the bad times. He can only remember the good times. I didn't say that I could not love a black man. I did not say I didn't cherish you. But what I'm saying, honey, is that I want you to be a man, not a woman.
Well, you can't
ain't got to beat me to get along
Well,
with
we can
me.
define it
You
how to
don't
make
have
a
to
woman.
beat me to get
You
along
can't
with me.
define
I
that.
respect you the
This
way you
must
are.
be
You know,
TV.
all right. Shahrazad has over $1 million worth of sales.
Excuse me, lady.
That's why she
Hey,
wrote the book.
lady, can I say something, please? To the Mrs. What's her name? With the one that wrote the book. Is it that your mother was like this for the reason why you assumed that this is the way
Good
things
question.
were supposed to
No,
have
ma'am.
been?
I studied us as black women across this
But
country.
then, if you
And I
studied
asked
us
the
like black
man.
women, then tell me something. Why you don't mention the black doctors in the world, the judges in the world? Why you don't
Well, we
mention that the
always have
mothers
books
that
about
break
that.
their
We have
back
not seen
to
the dark
make
side of the
something
moon.
for their children,
Very
to
good.
grow up to tell people that we are no better than prostitutes?
This is what our author, Shahrazad Ali, has to say about interracial dating and marriage from the book. Quote, dating and marrying the white man is another flimsy excuse used to get out of submitting to the black man. It is pitifully unfortunate that the black woman believes she can have a better life with a white man than she can have with a black man. Now meet Mary Edwards. She has been married to her husband, Fred, for 10 years. Mary says she didn't marry for color. She just...
And
Them
even
80s
this,
boys, they
even
had
this,
some
even this still
glasses,
plays out today, huh?
Them the 80s had some glasses, but the 80s and 90s had some glasses.
Them glasses was the reason they call them
Thick.
Coke bottle glasses, Coke can glasses,
That
and the
motherfucker, you
thick
just see
bifocals.
What was you saying?
I said them Coke bottle glasses, them thick bifocals. Yeah, them things cover half your face.
Facts. Damn.
just loves the guy. Mary, did you marry a white man because you didn't want to submit to a black man?
I don't want to submit to any man.
Then why'd you get married?
I'm glad you said it. Because I was about to go off on her. You literally have to submit to your partner to go down the aisle. What the fuck?
Because the me becomes we. I'll become a unit.
Exactly. You no more I.
Oh, so I guess the scene back then, even the swirlers back then, are no different than the swirlers of today. I swear, I feel like I'm living in a time machine right now.
No, but remember the swirlers back then. For a woman, it's okay. The man, hell no. It's funny as hell. I mean, you gotta remember, this is 1990. They still didn't even get over Helen Willis.
Oh yeah, I almost asked who Helen was, but then I thought about it. Then it came quick to me. I didn't realize that's not a real person.
And then what they do on Fresh Prince?
Oh yeah, I remember that episode.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the first times when you saw, from the perspective of
the black
woman getting with a white man, and they weren't accepting of it.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of it being the other way around in the cliche of the black man getting with a white woman and them not accepting it.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, I'm married for love. I dated black men, I dated Asians, I dated Native Americans.
This sounds like Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. I can see her and George, before the divorce.
And it looks like there's an age. It looks like an age difference between them two.
You'd be shocked. I bet you're the same age.
Well,
you got to remember this was back in the day. This white man today, you think he was in his 50s. This white man probably in his early 30s.
Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
They're all human beings. They're part of the human race. If a man treats me good, respects me, respects my children, cares for me, all of those things are important. And that's why I married him.
Your
He happens to be a different color,
Wait a minute.
but he has
Do
all
you
the
have children
characteristics that I wanted in a
before this man?
respects me, respects my children, cares for me.
Does she? Her children. She didn't say our children.
Oh, she left her man for this man.
But I'm saying she says respects my children. She didn't say our children.
Right, that's what I'm saying. She got out of it with that black man. She didn't want to say that.
Doesn't that remind you that one that went viral that was with this man and it ended up with that white guy, had kids with him and everything like that?
Mm-hmm.
So that couple, I guess that's a TikTok couple, whoever that was, I guess they had their little 2 weeks of fame.
Mm-hmm.
All of those things are important. And that's why I married him. He happens to be a different color, but he has all the characteristics that I wanted in a husband.
See? Had a whole black husband and some kids. He ain't work out with that black man, and now she with this white man. Probably met him at work. Nasty.
Not the man.
Scheherazade, it's your turn.
That's not the man. God made a male and female of practically every species so that they could mate. That's not the man that God gave to you. And he is no comparison to the man that God gave you. He is no comparison to the man that God gave you.
Oh, hold on. We are not different species.
Yes, we are.
My wife and I
species.
are members of the same species. Now, let me tell you something about species. Most species on the planet Earth have a greater genetic variability, differences between one another within the same species.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And why should I care?
What is he talking about? Now he go get all science.
He white explaining.
Yeah, scientific philological. This is gonna be great. Go ahead.
Species that human beings have. You can take two lemurs, one on one end of the island of Madagascar and one on the other end, and they have one order of magnitude greater difference.
Well, let's take
all the
one
human
black
beings
man in
on the
Africa
earth.
and one white man in Europe.
That's right. And in fact, you will find almost no significant genetic differences
yes,
except
there are
superficial
significant
ones.
genetic differences in your nature and the black man nature. And let me tell you, smell is different than hair. I'd like to say something.
That's
Weight,
nonsense.
it's a lot of different.
You don't have any scientific
Let's
support for
let
that.
this lady talk. Go.
There were so many things that I wanted to say to you. But while we're on this issue, I'm 30 years old and I'm single. You've been married all of this time. You don't know what it is like to be single and determined and particular about the person who's going to be eventually your husband and the father of your children. That's something that you don't need. You never present that issue in anywhere throughout the book. Anything about building up a friendship and a relationship before you get married. You're talking about restraining a woman, any woman, and if she doesn't follow your rule, then beat her, restrain her until she listens.
That's not what I'm saying.
I can bring it to the book.
Don't start no man.
In my opinion, in the political, historical aspect, when you say that we were equal, we started off as black men in America as 3/5 of a person. Only until 1954 did 9 men consider that we were even in the human family. So black men have been operating from a negative point of view. It has impacted upon the relationship that we have. So what Scheherazade is saying to me and men who have tried to study the history of our people is that what is it that has caused 70% of black women in Chicago not to have a man.
But
we love them. So wait a minute.
I don't think it's a black
We
woman.
have bullied our man and they're scared, and that's why they won't speak up today. You keep talking to women. I want to hear the black man talk.
The question that we didn't realize from
One
the book,
second more.
The question that we realized from the book, that when we grew up, women in our family were calling each other cats and dogs and snakes.
I don't believe black women talk that way.
You don't know what we do.
Well, I am a black woman. My man is here, and it is important that we respect each other. If I am disrespectful to him, how can I expect him to be respectful to me and provide? If I am evil at home, why would he want to come home and put food on my table?
I agree. But I don't believe that the black woman is inherently evil. Now, wait, you sit there. I promised this lady in the red dress, and I'll come back.
See how they just straight up twisting their words.
That's right. We are strong. We have just used our strength in the wrong direction. We use it to destroy our man instead of build them up.
There are a couple of things that haven't been addressed. One is the fact that you've made quotes and statements to the fact that you have a man that you're sharing with another woman, and you have no problem with that. Can you elaborate a little bit?
I'm not discussing my personal life. Everybody's got a man. Now, we're talking about all of us.
You tell men to slap women. We want to know when the last time you were slapped.
I don't do nothing after be slapped and slapped. Yeah, he got another woman, and it doesn't interfere with my peace. Black men are outnumbered 5 and 10 to 1 by black women. We're going to have to share our men. Nature's going to take us.
I think you're sharing this man because you got 12 kids.
Don't have a man, so I know your question.
Let me take a break. We'll be right
It's
back.
probably at that time when she said that, it was probably a whole lot
of
of black men that was wishing they had a woman like her.
Mm-hmm. And then they had to go make fun of her.
Mm-hmm.
To make you feel this, I don't know.
That's an easy out.
You know, I don't know what type of life you've had. An easy out. What do you mean an easy out?
Well, we don't need to do personal examination. Don't look at my life. Look at your own. How much of you is in the book?
You didn't write about
How much of you is in the book?
Wait. Yes, I'll give the man a chance in a minute.
Yeah, we'd like to know what kind of
Hi, I'd like to say that
we have to remain quiet.
Hello.
That's the last.
I'm married to a black man who is equally as successful as I am. However, statistics show us that 50% of black men are in prison, 30% of black men.
Half of us were in prison in the 1980s. The fuck? How many black men were there? All right.
Are on controlled substances, are on uncontrolled types of drugs. We have 15% who may have elected to be gay or not to be married. We have 8% who are still looking around and are still.
Madam, that number's crazy. You just went 103%. What is going on?
She made that stat up all in her head.
I guess. Half the black men in 1990 were in jail. Okay.
Still babies. So that leaves only 2% of black men.
What two? You were at 103%.
Right. There is no
all
percent.
of us-
Now you in the negatives. But
Boy, they can add, boy.
in this room to share.
Negative
So now
2%
either
black men.
we might have to consider interracial marriage or getting our do-it-yourself kit, get a banana or a hot dog.
What?
There you
Well,
go.
I
We
got
gotta get a white man or we got to get some produce. Or we got to get that plug-in electric vibrator.
or Bob, the battery operated boyfriend.
Mm-hmm. Or a homegirl.
And put Isaac Hayes on.
Put Isaac Hayes on. Do you hear this?
Mm-hmm. Oh snap! It's Richard Pryor.
I want to say thank you.
And he got on that Sheriff Woody hat.
Okay, I want to. First,
Yeah, that's the low life
please,
approach right
I
there.
first would like to thank Sally Raphael for bringing the show to the forefront and bringing the book to the forefront. I would like to say that Miss Shahrazad Ali is in her third or fourth printing. She's on her way to selling almost 250,000 books.
She's over $1 million now.
While we are
Over
sitting
$1 million
here,
in sales, sir.
while we are sitting here joking, what I would like to say, what the book did for me, you understand? And I would like to say I feel very upset here because I've had that background of fighting, okay? And when I'm sitting there trying to be cool and I see a group of women in the back of me turn around to a young man no more than about 16, 17 years old and spew their hostility on him rather than correcting him, rather than
You don't have to listen to y'all.
rather
They both claim they heard it. Is this?
Excuse me, but I'm 8. No. I have the mic. Let the brother talk. It's the black man's guide. Let the black man
You
talk.
just proved her point right there. You just did it in real time right there in front of everybody. You just emasculated that man. I have the mic. You wait. But the thing is, he was talking. You just proved his point, and you just proved that her whole book. It's like, wow. Like, we must be living in the Twilight Zone for real, for real. Y'all, this is 1990. Just 34 years ago. I just want y'all to know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My point was, if you are accusing somebody of cursing at you, and you in turn turn around and curse them, you understand what I'm saying? I don't see the difference. If Scheherazade takes a position and you think her position is inferior, then what you need to do is produce a more superior position.
Wait,
if you have
let her just answer.
You don't ask the black man what the book has done for him. Ask me what the book has done for me.
First of all, I didn't curse him, and he did not curse me. I have an opinion, she has an opinion. If you ask me, she's the one that's out of control here, not the black woman in the audience.
Very controlled.
I guess it comes to me to have the last word, and the last word is pretty innocent. It just says, I don't know when I've heard such heated, passionate conversation in a World War II in a long time. But you know what? That's good. It means that people care. It could not be better. Thank you.
That was the end of the episode? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was only like 42 minutes back in the day when you take out the commercials.
I'm sure there was also episodes where there probably were fights almost broke out.
You don't remember Geraldo had the fight?
Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, Geraldo was out when I was very, very young.
Damn, they
but
already.
I think I remember hearing. But I think I remember there was a fight that did break out on his show.
Yeah, and he got bloody. They had to take him off. Look at this here. He already clipped up Amanda Gorman. Well, that was a shit show.
Yeah, that you had it right, Kevin. Ricky Lake.
Oh, Ricky
I said,
she ain't care.
But Ricky was more for like the younger crowd.
Yeah,
it's like because all the other ones like Jet Sally and Geraldo
Yeah,
and
they
Donahue,
stopped
they were more for like an older crowd. Ricky was more like the refreshing, the younger crowd, like people who were in like their 20s.
Right, and then Jenny Jones came around and she switched her.
Yeah, another messy one, Jenny Jones.
Yeah, and we all know what she's infamous for.
Yeah,
you might have to do a true crime on that one.
Who, Jenny Jones?
Yeah,
that's the one where she had the guest. It was a guest on there, right?
Yeah, the guy that came in and said he liked old dude, and he was like, "I'm not gay," and then he found out and then he ended up killing him.
Yeah.
And then Jenny, all them years, she's like, I didn't know.
Jenny, you knew.
Why'd he sue you?
Jenny, you knew.
Come on.
And her show wasn't the same after that.
Oh nah. Yeah. That was an interesting. We had a lot of commercials. We had a lot of commercial breaks.
The commercials were more interesting.
Yeah. Nasty work. Well, that's always the what they call it at the DNC. That's the start of the roller coaster going downhill. Tomorrow, that's when you hit the big spiral.
So she's gonna accept the nomination.
Mm-hmm. Wonder who she gonna bring out. I'm sure Beyonce gonna show up. Who else is big that they could pull out? Because they're usually gonna save the last night for the big names.
Matthew McConaughey.
Shit, let me tell you something. If he shows up, man, listen. Y'all gotta hit that Cash App. Y'all gotta hit it. If he show up and come outside, he drive up on that stage in a Lincoln Town car. Oh my God.
He could be like, all right.
Like, we gotta let Kamala, because she's the one, and she gonna turn Texas blue.
I said he can't have that accent no matter how hard he tries or whatever movie he does. He was probably glad he could do that movie Dallas Buyers Club. He's like, thank you, because I can speak with my real accent.
Mm-hmm. Well, he did that in The Time to Kill.
Yeah, well, any movie that takes place in the South.
Yeah. Not Two for the Money. Now he was trying hard. He was fighting hard in Two for the Money. Mm-hmm. Who's wrestler that's Democrat? Probably most of them.
Yeah, I would say most of them, but I don't know any of them. Now, if she pulled out The Rock,
he a Republican. That ain't gonna work.
Okay, John Cena.
He from Massachusetts. I don't know. I don't think he'd do it though.
Booker T?
Nah, he from Texas. I don't see it. I don't even think WWE would let him go there. It had to be somebody that's not wrestling.
That's why I was throwing out names of people who were retired.
I don't know. They all rednecks. I don't know. Maybe Ric Flair.
You gonna get up there saying "woo"?
He friends with Snoop Dogg. I can see it. Yeah, maybe Ric Flair. Y'all got to this motherfucker tell everybody vote for Kamala Harris, and then he do an elbow drop. Or he take his jacket off like he used to do. He go crazy. I think John Cena a low-key Republican.
He just did an interview on Club Shay Shay.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't, because I ain't see him.
I kid you not. John Cena did an interview on Club Shay Shay.
He didn't do it because we didn't see him.
Oh, okay. I had to think about that for a second.
Shay was talking to himself.
I had to think about that for a second. I was like, what is he talking about? I was like, oh, okay. I see what you did there.
Listen, who told you? Listen, even if Flair is a super conservative, he's friends with Snoop Dogg. He'd do it. He take your lady and make a woman out of her. And you take your woman quick as you say Mickey Mouse. Bring out Jay Cargill, I'll be done with her. Jay Cargill she's not stupid enough to show up there. I don't know.
You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna bring out Caitlin Clark.
Nah, see, I said that earlier. They do that. They won. They won. I said
they're gonna pull a LeBron. They're gonna burn all her jerseys.
Facts. They could pull out LeBron, but that would just give MAGA another excuse to go after.
Yeah.
You know, Laura Ingraham. She'd be like, "Y'all gonna put me on air now? Put me on air."
Is In Wokeness still crying about white people not being represented at the DNC?
I don't give a damn. But let's go find out.
I thought that was just ridiculous.
He bitch made. Somebody telling me that somebody said that that's an Asian behind that account.
I don't know who's running that account.
No, I've seen like 3 people say that that's an Asian person. I'm like, it wouldn't surprise me. me see. Okay. All right. He ain't saying nothing. All right. So somebody fainted at Trump's rally. Okay. So somebody fainted. He went, okay. He fainted and walked off stage. What's the problem? Okay. All right. Whatever. I don't care. I want this to go to hell. I care less. Yes, I saw Angel Reese got her Reese's Pieces gig. I did see that. And they hate, and of course they hating. No, Cody Rhodes won't do it. Cody Rhodes is a Republican. But, you know, it is what it is. Hopefully you learned something. If you did, I've done my job. If not, I'll try to be better next time. Brother Torian, thank you for coming up. What you got going on tomorrow?
I'm going to be talking about the Daily Mail writing this hit piece headline about Simone Biles and her biological mother.
You saw her clap back on her haters?
Was it recent?
Yeah, it came out yesterday.
I didn't.
I think she got it on Insta.
Oh, I don't know. I probably didn't see it.
Yeah, it was it was quite eloquent.
I don't know why they keep trying to come for her. I mean, like, the woman is literally at the top of her game. Even if she was retired today, she goes out on top.
Mm-hmm. But you know, it's easy to crack on black people.
Yeah. But like I said, it's like ever since her husband had made that comment, that's when they really started to go in even more. It's like I said, don't even give them the energy. I said, you know what? As a matter of fact, you two lay low. And the next time y'all pop up, you announce that you're pregnant and give them some more stuff to talk about.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. All right. So that's what's up. All right. We'll cover Walz' speech tomorrow. We'll do that.
Yeah. And I got 54. I got 54 followers over there on Rumble. I said my goal is 100 by September 1st.
That's what's up. Get them numbers up. All right. Let's do these and get up out of here. 7, thank you for becoming a member. That's a blessing. And you get this here.
He'll pop up at the DNC.
Who?
The guy in the video.
Shit. I might have to update the video if he does that. William, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, just a brief thank you, KG. That's a blessing. Thank you so much. And you get this here. All right, let's see. Stay positive. Thank you for the $20. Our new Black media really matters. Yes, we do. That's a blessing. Thank you. And you get this here. Yeah, they said put your link in the chat for the Rumble.
Okay. Oh, was the clapback about what happened in Paris?
Yes.
The one with the champagne?
Yes.
Okay, I saw that. But I didn't read too much into it. They said they tried to charge her like $26,000 for a bottle of champagne.
Mm-hmm. But then I think there was another one. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. She winning, y'all not. And last one is Kelvin Black. Thank you for the $10 super chat. He said worthless endo lace EP. Well, of course. That's a blessing. And you get this here. So there's Torian's. Here's his deal. We'll shit. Let me go in there and pin it so other people could see it. And then I'm getting out of here because it's late. And thankfully, I don't got to go to work till 2 o'clock tomorrow. So I get a little bit of rest. All right. So it's pinned. So make sure you go over there and subscribe to Torian's new Rumble channel. And you can also do mine as well. Just put all that, but just put K Gravity Beyond. Let's get those numbers up. And so we can get those nice little green badges, which don't mean shit, but you know, it is what it is. But anyway, y'all take care. You ain't doing no coke over there, are you? Is you inhaling that protein powder?
No.
Okay.
Weather, the weather is changing up here.
Ooh, that early?
Yeah, it was pretty cool this morning. It was like 60 degrees.
Yeah, it was like 65 down here this morning. All right, maybe the heat wave is over. Hey, you'll get snow in like 3 months.
The winter wasn't that bad this year.
Well, listen, it's an election year. It's gonna be bad.
Yeah, like we got it was like little flakes in there, but I don't think even the kids got any snow days, so I know they was happy about that.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So
all
right. So y'all take care, stay safe, and you know what to do when the agents of chaos kind of mess up your existence.
Wait around. Yep. Mark, yeet, and get out.
Time's up. But did we have a good time here? Hello?
At the end of the day got to end.
That's it.